our first logistical challenge of the day, which is I am informed that the
What time are you saying? 9. Universities. Oh, that'll bother you.
What you think about an hour?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So as I was getting to, we have a logistical challenge today, which is that the next anticipated witness, as I understand it, was Mr. Jabari Dixon, who is in the custody of the sheriff's office. And apparently he was exposed at some point recently, maybe yesterday, to tuberculosis.
Oh, geez.
And so he's not positive, but they just, I guess, proactively decided not to transport him over today. We are working on getting him here now, but I'm told he's in the Union City facility, and so it's going to take at least 45 minutes to an hour to bring him here. So to make the best use of our time, I think the state needs to have another witness or two on deck, and we'll just have to go out of order as best we can. So do you have someone else available you could call?
I have the victim's mother can testify. She probably will be about 30 minutes, Your Honor. And then witnesses after her could be impeaching witnesses of Mr. Dixon Jabari. And I could try to get Detective Barry after the mother.
Well, let's start with the mother, since it sounds like that could be 30 to 40 minutes right there. We'll be getting time updates. And was she also impeaching Mr. Jabari Dixon potentially?
No,
Okay.
only,
So then that seems like an easy sub-in for now. And then we'll see where we go from there. All right. Anything else on that?
me and defense counsel have been talking, but just so the court's aware is that before Detective Barry testifies, there's some matters that me and Ms. Culpepper wanted to address with the court about topics or things that could come up, just kind of foreshadow objections. There is.
Well, let's get through them. We'll get through those. And I think we could perhaps address those this morning as we wait for our last couple jurors to show up. But let me close some loops that we had left outstanding from yesterday. One is I didn't get any case law or argument on the issues we concluded with yesterday as to Mr. Jabari Dixon's anticipated testimony and cross-examination. So I would assume the ruling stands as I'd outlined. I did receive in a state's motion and proposed order for immunity, and I've reviewed that, and it appears to be in order. So I will have signed that, and we'll have that filed on the docket as well shortly. And so when Miss Roddrick arrives, I can give her the signed copy, and so she can inform her client how that works. And then a electronically signed copy will make its way onto the docket at some point today. Anything further to address in regards to Mr. Jabari Dixon?
Your Honor, yes, from the state in terms of I wanted to ask I wanted to be clear of the defense counsels with the arguments yesterday was the end of the day about what in his statement in terms of how deep into the facts, I wanted to get the court's approval and on the same page as defense counsel with the topics to explore with Mr. Dixon and the defense's purpose or stated purpose of bias or motive in regards to, is it that Jabari Dixon was lying or had a motive for being the suspect in this murder trial? Because I think it's relevant to what is therefore admissible depending on which of those two it is.
All right. Well, it's always good to get some clarity here on a tricky issue. And so I'll let defense counsel respond here, but my takeaway, because I think I asked this explicitly yesterday, was that defense counsel's position was to explore the aspects of his statement that he gave, which include his placing himself at the scene of a prior murder that he's now indicted for, and claiming that the alleged victim in this current case was there to see it and potentially, in his opinion, was the perpetrator. Now, whether the defense is saying that's the opinion that should be believed or the actual truth, I almost saw that as a side issue, but perhaps not. Anything you want to clarify here, Ms. Hornsby Culpepper, of this kind of the scope of the cross and the particulars?
Of course, I'm crossing him about all of our case facts, but on the other case, just that, well, he pretty much, like I said, I could never tell what he was actually saying about Mr. Matthews's actual, I don't know what he meant. He said the words, I think ADA Atkins read them. I mean, the words say what he said, but whether that means he felt like honestly Mr. Matthews did the shooting or was just there and would be subsequently a witness. I mean, I guess only he can answer those questions on the cross directly, but that whole scenario is still part and parcel of that murder and gives that, I guess, semi-motive that he would have, whether he was a witness or, I mean, I couldn't clearly and all honestly say what he was trying to say. Cause he but it sounded to me like he said he was the shooter or one of the shooters. Cause he said that they were, the girl and Mr. Matthews were this way and they both had guns and they started firing. So, I mean.
Which in your opinion gives him a motive to have committed the murder in this case?
To kill him. Yeah.
And there was also a bias argument, as well, because of, the immunity agreements now. Struck. In statement, he asks for help, the
Yeah.
investigator, with his other case as well.
Yeah.
Which may bias his testimony. So to Mr. Atkins' question, which is it? It's both. It's both.
Certainly. That being said, the state has not disclosed to you any agreements that have been made. Just want to make sure, and the state's position is that none have been made.
No, Your Honor, other than the email that defense counsel and
Right.
Mr. Dixon's.
Right.
Excuse me.
All right. And so with that, is there anything else, as soon as Mr. Dixon is here, that we need to address logistically or functionally before we would bring him out for his testimony? I think, again, he's going to be, I would imagine, restrained. And so we'd have the jury step out, bring him in. I'd probably go with some particulars with him just to make sure that he is, in fact, still going to testify and not refusing to testify, period, despite the immunity motion, and then bring them back in before we begin his direct. Is there anything else that comes to mind that we need to handle with Mr. Jabari Dixon? Let me start with the state.
Yes, Your Honor, in terms of what the state believes out of fairness for this witness testimony is if the state should be allowed with just 2 or 3 questions, because Detective Berry is the lead in that case. I was intending on asking Detective Berry if that testimony is elicited by Dixon that Dravion Matthews did this other murder. The first time, I wanted to ask Detective Berry, did you investigate Jabari Dixon's murder? Yes. We believe, yes.
Who's the
Did you
murderer?
have any information that did Dravion Matthews come up in your investigation until the July 7th, 2022 interview with Mr. Jabari Dixon? And she's going to say no. Because it's not, the jury left unanswered.
Well, I think the jury's clear of what the detective's position in the states is, because you didn't indict Dravion Matthews, you indicted Jabari Dixon. But I understand the line of questioning, and so any position of defense counsel as to that?
I didn't quite understand because he said Jabari's.
Right. He means the murder Jabari Dixon is indicted for.
So
What I mean is, I don't want the jury to go back in the jury room having heard this unreferenced, unrebutted, unquestioned murder of the victims without, I think out of fairness, if they hear evidence that from Jabari Dixon only that Dravion Matthews, the victim, committed a murder, which is, serious bad victim character evidence,
Uh-huh.
the state should be allowed to ask the lead detective 3 questions just so the jury knows he wasn't a suspect in her case and she had no information of him being involved until Jabari's statement.
Is the theory that this is offered as an opinion?
No, it's the
Or-
theory that the state, the bad victim character evidence of Dravion Matthews committing a murder, the state should be allowed, it becomes relevant. They've opened the door by asking, they don't have to cross Jabari about this, but when they ask Jabari Dixon, it becomes relevant in this trial. If Dravion Matthews, for 3 questions to the lead detective, she didn't have the information he committed that murder. She's not going to say he did not, but she's going to say that the first time she heard his name was in this interview with Jabari Dixon. And she never took out arrest warrants on Dravion Matthews. I think that that's fair.
That may get into 608 is the problem.
All right, well, so you're saying that that would happen in the testimony of Detective Barry. I think it would be worthwhile for us to first see what Jabari Dixon actually does say and during his testimony today. And that may end up making that line of questioning irrelevant. We'll see. But the issue is flagged. Let's come back to that one. Anything else as to Mr. Dixon's testimony, though, from the state?
No, Your Honor, other than with the contents of what he discusses with that murder. It's going to, that whole other murder, because you can't just play a clip where, the jury's going to have to listen to all of what he says about TT, who's his co-defendant. They can't just hear this brief clip of, and you said Dravion did that murder, and then you keep it moving. And so I just wanted to forewarn the court and defense counsel that that's going to become relevant of the full context of what he says.
Sure.
I just wanted to be clear.
All right. Anything else on behalf of the defense as to that issue?
Or be amenable to either the sheriff's office or providing Mr. Dixon a face mask.
I think we'll certainly be starting with that. All right.
Logistically, Your Honor, of the mother in the case, she's just run a little late. She said she was going to be here in 25 minutes, 11 minutes ago.
Okay, do we have anybody else we can get to?
I'm working on getting Detective Barry to come. So she's on her way now, and the state will probably have to call Detective Barry twice because she's impeaching witnesses who've yet testified.
Okay. All right, so we've got no one on deck, though.
I'm working on that, Your Honor.
Well, I know, but the answer is just no.
Yes,
But
Your
you're working on it, I understand. All right, so let's then move on to Detective Barry then, since it seems like she might be testifying this morning. So what are the issues you have to raise there, Mr. Atkins, other than you're saying wanting to ask her about her investigation of the charges against Jabari Dixon? What else were you wanting to bring up?
Your Honor, defense counsel provided me this morning, and Ms. Culpepper, she called me this morning. I haven't gotten to listen to it. She gave me the time hack at 38 minutes of a witness that Sergeant Barry is interviewing in that other murder case with Jabari Dixon. There's a witness named Zach Peak, who it's a whole hour statement. And at the 38-minute mark, the guy's like, I don't want to come testify. And I'm speaking loosely because I've listened to it one time. And I just got it very recently. But he says something about like he's a gang member, and I don't know the context before or after the statement.
Sure.
I wanted to, the portions that the defense wants to cross Detective Barry on with this extrinsic statement from another witness, I want the court to hear that statement. I think we should play it so that the state's position is that is not it's not, and I don't even know the.
Are you saying it's hearsay? It's not admissible?
It's hearsay.
Okay.
And it's irrelevant as well.
So how are you proposing to just have the detective relay what someone else told her for the truth of the matter?
Told her this is something she said to the witness. I don't want anything anybody told her. She said to the witness, he who did not want to testify. I don't care about that part, that hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
But what her comment was, well, because he's her witness, her victim in this case. And he allegedly, she says, some concern about his tattoos and stuff, and she says to this effect, Judge, that, oh, we can just put makeup on your tattoos and cover it up, make you look like a good guy. And these words are the more important, and lie to the court. And then she says, huh, I'm just kidding. He was like, oh, and then she's like, I'm just kidding. And it becomes relevant because it's her, the way she does her bias, her truthfulness, her credibility. If she would suggest to a witness that it's okay and we'll do something to lie to the court, whether she's, she can come back and say, well, I was just kidding, for sure. But just that statement shows, and I think we should be able to cross-examine her. She's a lead detective in this case, and part of our, to be able to confront that witness. And I just think that's all part of it. Not so much any hearsay and all that other stuff, but what she said to the witness is what is relevant to how she does her cases. She says it's okay to lie to the court.
All right, I'm going to need, was this interview transcribed?
Well, it's on the, what's that thing called? Dropbox. And so it's like transcribed on the side.
Okay, but sometimes the state pays and has these transcribed. Was
But
that happen?
I just got it and I just sent it in all fairness to him. I didn't have a transcript. It's very clear. So I didn't even think about
I
that.
know, I'm just asking, was it transcribed? Yes or no?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so if you can just send me the audio and direct me to exactly the time portions so that I can find an opportunity to listen to it, and we'll go from there. Okay, so that's one. What else, Mr. Atkins?
Your Honor, also, I've talked with Mr. Semenov about Dr. Sullivan. I believe she could come up today. I just got as 20 seconds ago, an update. She may not be available till tomorrow. So this may not be as salient, but what the state had proposed, because there's 11 gunshot wounds, when I talked with Dr. Sullivan about not referencing the report, the autopsy report, she did say that because of the volume of gunshots, she may need to refresh her recollection. And what I talked with Mr. Semenov about is the state's comfortable with her never referencing to the jury that it's a report. She just has some notes for her testimony, or she didn't need to say anything what she's referencing, but I would just mark an autopsy report as an exhibit. And if Dr. Sullivan needs to reference it to refresh her memory, she said that would allow her, because there's a number of photos and that's what she said, Your Honor. I want to explain that to defense counsel, and he explained he's going to voir dire outside the presence of the jury and those measures. But I wanted to raise that.
We did this a few weeks ago, Judge, so I don't plan to follow the same procedure, and ask the court to, issue an instruction to Dr. Sullivan, reference to the, I'll have to jump up and ask for this trial. So as far as, the refreshing recollection issue, I think that the rules there are a little looser on what the state can use to refresh her recollection, as long as the testimony about any findings of the other medical examiner doesn't come out, and she is testifying as an expert to own findings based on her own work that she did on photos. I think what the plan is, then that, I think that's fine. I think that the recollection can be refreshed with a lot of things. So as long as we're careful about it, as long as there's no reference to the findings of the other medical examiner or that report, I'm okay with that. If any reference gets out in front of the jury about that, don't have a problem. And yes, I would like to voir dire her outside the presence of the jury, to essentially dig into a 702 objection, 702, 703, the reliability of her methods, and make that objection outside the presence of the jury as well, so that we can have that handled on the front.
All right, and Mr. Atkins, were you able to either confirm or provide that confirmation of what her independent conclusions are in reference to the autopsy report, whether there's anything additional or anything different?
There's nothing there's nothing additional or different. I mean, this isn't in writing the report, but I'll ask her about stippling and suit and searing and what those mean and what that indicates.
Right. All right. And I'd just say that as, again, I can address some of the objections raised. The first was a discovery objection under 17-16-4A, which requires written reports of all physical examinations. I believe Dr. Sullivan making conclusions about a physical examination of a deceased individual would qualify. And so under the discovery statute, there should be written findings provided to the defense. I think arguably we could look at the notice of intent of substitution where there's a reference to Dr. Sullivan's conclusions upon reviewing the autopsy of Drevian Matthew was signed. And you could arguably that incorporates the findings of the written autopsy. But even if that does not satisfy that, as I've alluded to earlier, the fact that this was brought up after the jury is sworn, despite the state's notice on June 26th, and not having heard any other reasons why the late disclosure prejudices the defense in any way, I'm willing to accommodate, and I'm trying to do that, this substitution, but I don't think it requires exclusion of her conclusions or any of the more severe remedies. I'm not seeing any real unfair surprise here based on that. So just wanted to have those rulings. As to the confrontation clause objection, I think the state is working through those issues, and it appears we're going to satisfy the concerns of the Cincinnati, Arizona case. I will say and reserve the ultimate ruling that this context may very well, I think there's a strong argument to be made that it's not testimonial just based on the statutory duties of a medical examiner's office in contrast to those of a drug testing lab. But it seems the state is making that argument, but still moving forward, assuming that they are testimonial and making sure that Dr. Sullivan is coming to her own independent conclusions and not referencing the reporter acting as a mouthpiece for the prior conclusions of the original medical examiner. And so I think that'll satisfy the confrontation clause issue as we work our way through it. And then as it gets to 702 with Dalbert, we can have a very brief interlude and allow defense counsel to confirm these things to make its record, and we'll go from there. All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, the only thing else I just want to keep the court informed is me and defense counsel, Ms. Culpepper, I guess she just stepped out. This comes later into Sergeant Berry's testimony, but the state intends, as we filed and addressed, playing some recordings and statements of the defendant. I've told Ms. Culpepper I would like to, I want to make sure there's no references in there that she believes should not come in. As in, like, there's one time in the statement where he is explaining why he may not remember certain dates because he, is high a lot, things like that, that I want to be on the same page with defense counsel. There's that the portions we're playing, and also some of them, there's other hearsay statements. And so I'm playing certain time hacks or portions of it. And me and Ms. Culpepper said that we would address that before we get to that part of Sergeant Berry's testimony. And I just wanted to inform the court of that.
All right. Well, I guess you can keep working on that. We have to keep moving forward, so I don't think we can take an extended break for y'all to hash that out. I think, we knew that the defendant's statement would be played in some form. I don't know why that wouldn't be something you kind of maybe raise through email before trial, but we'll take it as it comes up. Do we have any updates on, first let me check, any updates on a witness?
Let me step outside, Your Honor, and confirm.
Okay. And Deputy Scott, if you can just let them know our next witness is delayed. We're hoping to be with them in 5 or 10 minutes. You can just let the jury know that.
There is.
All right, well, let's wait for the state to come back.
I believe Ms. McCullum is out. Can't tell them.
Oh, there was, you mentioned, you brought up
The statement.
the statement and that y'all are working through
Oh, yeah.
whatever issues are there.
Yeah. They are what they are. Oh, cause he said he smoked.
I'm still saying, you know. I think I'll have them up here by 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we should. It was in route, both of them was in route.
I'm gonna get that when I get to be able.
I was thinking, but by the time.
What?
Okay, by the time you're old,
But we're not gonna produce. Like, whose decision is that?
This report, Cassidy, she's my,
I don't know how this is supposed to work. I mean, one thing is like, oh, he got
I
stabbed.
got now the fugitive squad.
Tell us when you knew.
First sent you that discovery.
I think I want to say something.
Hit a search you can do.
Tell me who, made this call so I can.
but I think most of the police reports are in the wild of 17 June 25.
Okay,
All Lieutenant Colonel?
yeah, I got that big one that
We
said
should.
6 pages.
I want you to open up this.
Well, she's saying we should all be wearing them.
What's his name again?
Got our.
You did get the
Over there.
ballistics though.
Do we still have like the safety screens or whatever? Any of those plastic screens?
I'm gonna make sure, I'm gonna, matter of fact, I'm gonna go get a mask right now.
Oh, I think we got a box of them over here.
I'm gonna let that, well, them downstairs, that little, with mask, I'm gonna let them.
Yeah, I got that one, but it's not in that one.
Hey, you get. Hey, so, so we got this.
Judge, I sent that to Ms. Waters. The recording, I just want, while we sitting. Right.
Yeah, Sergeant Barrett's got here. I'm just gonna get her to come to the courtroom.
All right, so. All right, with the expectation that we probably will just need to recall her for some of these other issues, but what else do we have that we need to take up? Anything?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Siminoff.
Issue that was brought, regarding Sergeant Barry, yesterday. Mr. Atkins brought this up, but, there were some questions about whether, she can testify to certain information that she had, regarding alternative suspects in the case. And I think Mr. Atkins' objection was to hearsay on that. I think that is a proper area of cross, and the way around the hearsay objection is that it's not offered for the truth of the matter when you question her regarding other leads that she had to people other than Mr. Teasley. That is not offered for the truth of those leads. That is offered for the conduct of her investigation, whether that investigation is reliable or not, or if there was a failure of the investigation. you know, it's always relevant to go into how the defendant was made not only into a suspect, but the chief suspect, and then eventually the one that was charged and indicted. And if the officer refused to follow another lead, how that investigation was conducted, offered for the reliability of that. You know, we're to the extent that the state's theory of the case is reliant on the reliability of that investigation. And I think, you know, the question that Barry is he wouldn't say, any deficiencies in that investigation would be explored for a non-hearsay purpose. The leads themselves are not what we're offering for the truth of the matter. It's the conduct of investigation of Officer Barry that we're looking at and understanding that. It's not the same area of law, but it is akin to the 702 issue that we talked about in that she is an investigator. And in that sense, she is the one running the investigation, and we are inquiring into the reliability of her methods. So those leads that we would be cross-examining her on in regards to alternative suspects are not offered for their truth. They're offered for what her decisions during the investigation were that led us to where we are and how reliable those are. And it goes for credibility as well. So that is the relevant non-hearsay purpose that we be exploring if we cross-examine her on that too.
All right, do you want to give me some specifics of what it is you would attempt to elicit through here that you believe relates to those leads?
Okay. She got several, tips, I guess, or I don't really, the people told her that Jabari did it. At least more than two people told her that, leads, that Jabari did it, and she did nothing about it. She got leads that Carlos was the actual shooter who, now, and mind you, they both were on the scene. And she knew that, but that Carlos did it. She got statements and issues, you know, that Carlos did it. And then there was another person who one of her witnesses said that there was a guy that drove up in a car, shot the victim, and then when he was on the ground, shot him again. And she never really followed up on that either. And so those are the three specific ones.
All right, Mr. Atkins, any response?
Yes, Your Honor. So I would not classify these as leads. Where these come from, Your Honors. Various witnesses say, what did you hear? What happened? What's the rumor on the street? Well, I heard Jabari did it. Well, somebody told me down the street that this person came and shot in a drive-by. So it's a conduit for hearsay, number one. Two, some of the people that they, you know, there's, as in any case, it's hearsay, and it's the source of this is just hearsay. There's not leads like fingerprints from this person came on a car or any of those things. It is her on these recordings, and different witnesses sometimes bring it up because she's canvassing the apartment. And as things happen, when murders happen, you know, the rumor mill spreads. You know, what are the streets saying? What did you hear? And so you get 5 or 6 different quote unquote leads that are just people's that you don't even know where these come from. And I think the jury hearing that there's all these quote unquote leads or suspects, it's not an accurate way to phrase. It's just hearsay rumor of what's being said. And so I think it is being offered for the truth of the matter. So the jury's like, wow, all these other people did it. Somebody thought they did it. Somebody saw this guy come up and do a drive-by. And that's why I think it's improper. And typically it's the state trying to ask a detective, and usually the defense counsel is objecting because you're trying to say, how did that impact your investigation? For example, the state couldn't be asking Sergeant Barry about the mother also heard rumors that the defendant did the murder. And that's the exact same thing here. And so that would be clearly improper. And so the state just feels that this is a conduit for hearsay. And if they bring up street rumors, there's more street rumors about the defendant. And I think that's, out of fairness, opens that door.
And I
But I
think
think that that's improper.
I mean, there's no question it's hearsay, but the issue is if they're putting police conduct directly at issue. So I'm referring to 17.3 of Milich's George on evidence that goes directly into this, where it can be a rare instance when it can create the rare instance when it's necessary to explain police conduct, which generally we're supposed to avoid as swallowing the hearsay rule if we allow things just to explain conduct. But in doing so, that can open the door to evidence of other out of court statements that explain the police conduct and rebuttal. So this is not the first time this has come up in our case law, and I think the question is the degree of specificity. So if the question is asked to the extent was Jabari Dixon ever implicated in this murder, or why didn't you follow up on, or did you obtain any evidence that Jabari Dixon, or a lead that Jabari Dixon may have committed this murder? And what did you do to follow up on that? And then the detective can respond. But to get into the specifics of a witness specifically said this, bottom line is, I believe if they're challenging the conduct of the investigation, that there can be cross talking generally about leads and other suspects. I don't think it should be playing these recordings or quoting them verbatim. But if there's a specific lead that the detective had in hand and the defense position is we didn't do anything with that lead, that's relevant. That's a non-hearsay purpose. The detective then gets to respond with her opinion of why that lead was perhaps inadequate or didn't have anything to go with it. And that could also, again, open the door to the detective being able to respond, well, we had a lot more leads and rumors implicating the defendant. I think that does, according to Milich's guidance here, open the door to that sort of thing.
That's fine, Jim. The only, I think, question then becomes if the detective denies a lead where we have a recording of her discussing the lead like that on the stand, then we get into impeachment territory. Then I think.
Yeah, well, impeachment's an exception to hearsay.
I just want to flag that as
I appreciate that. And Your Honor, the state's response, just to be clear, is a witness telling Barry, I heard so-and-so did it. I don't classify that as a lead. I mean, that's just street rumor. And so I don't think it's fair to set up an impeachment trap with Barry to get in all these audio recordings. Did you have a lead Jabari did it? She's probably going to say no because
Right.
she looked at the video and all the people were saying that the defendant did it. So she didn't have a lead that he did it.
I mean, I think that, again, I think we would clarify that before it's a proper impeachment. Like a lead can be defined in many different ways. I think she can refer to rumors. I can give a limiting instruction to the jury that, an explicit one saying that rumors are not being referred to their truth of the matter. And they're not, again, with many of these things, I could do the same with or Dixon potentially on some of those issues. But there is a relevant purpose here, and there is a non-hearsay use for it. It's a question of degree, and so we'll just have to see where it goes, question by question.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I also think that Ms. Roberts has arrived by now, and so the state will call her.
Let's start with that. Why don't we go ahead
Let me go
and
get her.
we'll do that.
Can you send it to Vasily? That's all really, girl.
Regular questions.
Because I can't even figure out what you're saying. I see it, I'm like,
Well, we, right now, for a homicide investigation, just like I was telling you on day one, like, as innocent as you are, if you're just off party and you are searching everything for this, because trial is something serious for a homicide investigation. That's why all these little small meticulous things.
Only brought up before.
You got shot.
I'm saying, like, video be saying stuff.
You got shot.
I'm saying, like,
Yeah, you coming up. Yeah, you're definitely gonna come up in that trial if it goes to trial. If it goes to trial.
like I can understand.
I'm walking there looking all different. Out of the courts. So far. You're gonna walk in there looking all different, looking like the same thing that day in your life. Cover up your little tattoos on your face. Courts.
All right, as the witness makes their way in, receive the audio file. It's titled Zach Peck. Is that the name of the witness that's being interviewed?
yes.
Okay, and there's just a basically one sentence comment where she's saying if Zach Peck comes in to be an interview or be a witness, that she'll make him presentable for the court.
Did you hear the?
Right. And so Mr. Atkins, I don't see how that's not a relevant area for cross-examination.
That's fair, Your Honor. The state, when that gets brought up, would just like to play a little bit more before that context where she's saying, when you roll into court, because she's been in cases before, and he's like, I'm a gang member. She's like, you're going to come into court looking your best self. You're going to cover up your tattoos. She's saying like what he's going to do when he gets to the stand. She's not saying we will cover you up. What she's saying is when you roll into court on your day, you're going to be looking spiffy, you know, kind of saying like, I know what's up. You're going to come in and be a saint. She's not saying like, that's how she's really saying. But that I want to just play that little piece because you need the context. And I don't know what's said in the previous 45 minutes of this. But he's like, I don't want to be a witness in the case. And she's like, well, I'm sure when your day comes, you know, that kind of thing. You're going to put on your best suit and look great, and which happens from time to time.
All right.
Walking there looking all different, looking like the same thing that day in your life. Cover up your tattoos on your face. Out of the courts.
I'll just note the statement that precedes that is we will get you ready for trial. And we'll take it as it comes. All right. Anything else? Can we bring in this witness for the stand?
We can, Your Honor. Out of an abundance of caution, the only other matter is, you know, I do intend on introducing via impeachment what Antonio Dixon told her.
For Antonio Dixon.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. Where did Cassie go? Okay. Did she grabbed my folder? I think she did. Yeah, I need to get that folder from her.
I got 3 different kinds. Oh, because that look good. That's what I thought. You keep them in your mouth. I mean, I got a bunch of them. Just keep it in your mouth at your time. Just keep it in your mouth. That's what I mean. I don't know what you know, but this one, I'm gonna get 2. And I'm believe you, you never know, you might bless somebody. You know that. I got you. Okay. You gotta tell me for once. Thank you. Who's this? It's on the ground.
Okay. So they speaking together. Yeah, witness.
Right.
Your Honor, do you want?
You can just go ahead and have a seat.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if there's nothing, no other reason, we'll bring in the jury.
I mean, that's my first.
Can't see what you do with my notes in here. Hey, why not? That's all right.
It was empty though.
Thank you. That's fair.
Question,
Yep.
does leading time?
Hmm?
She needs time.
No.
Okay. Just one?
Well, if you have time.
Yeah, okay.
Quentin, can you just remember the plans and stuff?
Yeah, sure.
I got the exhibits on her.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, welcome back. Thank you so much for your patience, for being here on time. We had hoped and planned to start at 9, and then we had some logistical challenges come up that I imagine I'll be able to share with you later today at some point. But know that while y'all were waiting, we were out here working, trying to work on other issues to streamline things as we go forward. And we do build in a little bit of margin, so I don't think at this point there's any reason for us to believe that the matter won't be in your hands at some point Friday for a decision. So I just want to put your minds at ease there if you're worrying. So with that, we are ready to resume the state's case. So the state may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Miss Angel Roberts to the stand.
Yes.
State your name and spell your name for the record.
My name is Angel Roberts. My first name is Angel. Last name Roberts.
Good morning, Miss Angel. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm okay.
Was Dravion Matthews your son?
Yes, he was.
Now, I want to ask you a couple questions about where you all lived back in 2022, okay?
Okay.
So when did you first move into the apartments at 540 Humphrey Street?
2009.
Okay. And what apartment did you first reside in that apartment complex?
2114.
And did you ever live in different apartments in that complex?
I did.
What were some of the other ones?
520 building.
Okay. And in 2022, where did you reside in that apartment complex?
The 520 building.
Okay. And what was your apartment number then?
1126.
Now, I want to ask you about when you lived there in 2022, who all lived with you?
Me, my fiance, my daughter, and my son.
And would your fiance's mother ever stay with y'all?
Yes, she was visiting.
And what did y'all call her?
Mama Joe.
And back in 2022, I want to ask you if there was ever any issues with the apartment complex and people congregating near your apartment.
No.
Did the apartment complex ever have any complaints with you?
No.
Did they ever, was there ever any incidents in May of 2022?
Yes.
What happened in May of 2022?
In May of 2022, I had to go renew my lease. And they were saying that my son was having friends in front of the door, which wasn't correct because I see the video and it wasn't my son.
Yes, ma'am.
So I had got on my son to tell him don't have nobody in front of the door or hanging with you he was not.
And when you had that conversation with your son, how did he respond to that?
He responded that he wasn't in front of the door. He'd been outside all day.
Okay. Now, back in 2022, ma'am, did you ever know someone who went by Miss Brooklyn?
Yes.
Did she sometimes either visit or be around the apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about some of Dravion's friends, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to publish a couple photographs, and I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 40. Do you know a friend of Dravion's named Antonio Dixon?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Antonio Dixon, ma'am?
Maybe since he was in preschool or kindergarten.
And was Antonio, let me ask you this, does Dravion have a brother?
Yes, he did.
Is he older or younger than Dravion?
He's older.
Does Antonio have a brother?
Yes.
What's his name?
Jabari.
And was between Antonio and Jabari, who was closer in age to Dravion and who was closer in age to Dravion's brother?
Antonio was close to age with Dravion, and Jabari was close to age to my oldest son.
And since you knew them, you said since pre-K,
Yes.
how often would you see Dravion, Antonio, or Jabari interact, play, anything like that?
Every day.
And was that consistent since the time that you knew them in terms of when they were little kids to when they were a little older in 2022?
Yes.
How would you classify their relationship? Were they friends, acquaintances, best friends?
They was like best friends, like brothers almost. They grew up together.
Do you know of their mother?
Yes.
And do you know where Antonio and Jabari lived when it came to 2022 in terms of the apartment?
Yes.
Do you recall, as you sit here today, what that apartment number was?
I don't know exactly the number.
Do you know where it is?
Yes.
And I want to ask you if you ever knew a friend named Xavion Tucker.
Yes, I do.
Did he go by Zay?
Yes.
What was his relationship like with Dravion, ma'am?
There was another one of his close friends.
Now, I want to show you something that's already in evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Bring something up for you, ma'am. I'm going to ask you a couple questions based on this board we have. Try to put it in I'm going to put it. I think if I put it over here, everyone can see it. I hope. And I wanted to ask you, ma'am, I'll put it here right here, a couple questions about this, okay?
Okay.
I may have you stand up if you don't mind. Now, do you see where on this, you familiar with Humphrey Street, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you see it on this map?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Fulton Street?
Yes, I am.
Where in 2022 was the apartment that you, your fiance, Dravion, his sister resided?
Here.
And if you were to come in, see that opening, I'll call it a street, right here in the middle.
Okay.
If you were to drive in that, how many gates are there in that room? In terms of how many ways can you get into y'all's apartment from the outside?
4.
4. And the ones that are closest to that street, where are the entry gates in this building?
The first one is here when you first come into the entrance.
Yes, ma'am.
Is one to the left when you go up the stairs, and then when you go around to the front, which is the main entrance, that's another gate. That's 2.
And on this map, ma'am, you know how you stayed in a couple different apartments?
Yes.
Where was the other building you stayed in Humphrey Street Apartments before you resided there?
The 540 building is right directly across from that building.
And do you know roughly on this map where Antonio and Jabari resided?
Yes.
Can you point to it, ma'am?
Here.
Okay. And do you see this little awning or reference in the middle of that?
Yes.
What is there?
That's the main entrance of the building on 540.
Okay. You may have a seat, ma'am. I appreciate that. I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions, okay? Now, Before testifying here today, ma'am, did you have opportunity to review what I have marked as state's exhibit, so some disc with some videos?
Okay.
I'm gonna approach you, ma'am, with what's marked as 50F as in Foxtrot, and 50H as in hotel, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you if you recognize your own signature on these items.
Yes.
And what was on those videos in general?
The apartments, the viewing of the inside of the building.
And did those two videos, in relation to the building that you all resided in 2022 and the building that Antonio and Jabari resided, do they capture either one or both of those buildings?
They capture both of the buildings.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction as how those buildings have looked in terms of the hallways, the layout, since you've lived there since 2009?
Yes.
And have you walked and roamed those hallways at different parts in your life since 2009?
Yes, numerous of times.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 50 Foxtrot and 50 Hotel.
Any objection?
Just a second. No objection.
Admitted.
Excuse
Ms. Angel, Ms. Hall is going to help us set this up, okay?
me. Okay.
Ms. Hall, you need a chair to put that in? Okay. And while she's setting that up, around June 2nd of 2022, or in terms of the 6 months of that year, right? So I'll go with January to 2022 into June of 2022. How many times do you recall Dravion hanging out or spending time with any of the Dixon brothers, Antonio or Jabari?
Hmm. Excuse me. Pretty much every day.
And did you ever have any knowledge or awareness of any issues between Antonio or Jabari Dixon and your son, Dravion?
Yes.
What were those issues?
I guess Antonio and my son, they had an argument in the parking lot one time, prior to, but then they was bad friends, so
And in the time that you've known them, has there been times in the past that they've had arguments and gotten back friends?
not that I know of.
And after that argument, were they still close?
Yes.
And I have a video before you, Ms. Roberts, and so because it's not on Zoom, it's going to be behind you.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions here in a second, and thank you, Ms. Hall, for helping get this set up. You recognize this area?
Yes, I do.
And on that map that you had just discussed, ma'am, is that the front gate at when that video started?
Actually, this is the side gate.
Okay. And as I may have Ms. Hall play this back if she'd be so kind. Is that the front gate area?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you as this video goes, ma'am, kind of where we're walking towards.
Okay.
Is this your building that's being entered or a different building?
A different building.
And is that building one that Antonio and Jabari resided in?
Yes.
If you go down this hallway, once you enter that building and take a left, do you ever run into another hallway down the hall?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions here in a second, ma'am, when the video gets to it, okay?
Okay.
You familiar with this part of that building?
Yes.
And as this video moves forward, I'm going to ask you about, do you know where you see that little box on the left side and it looks like a opening of some sort?
Yes.
I'm going to ask Ms. Hall to pause it. You see that little red square and the black box? Do you know where that is in that building?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you a quick question. I'm just going to hold it up. Can you show or tell the jury on this exhibit where that gate is, man? If you're so kind.
Christian, I can't
Yes, ma'am.
see. I'm just coming over here.
Okay.
It's this gate to the left of this gate.
Okay.
In the 540 building.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Hall, if you keep playing that exhibit. Thank you, Ms. Engel. Is that the gate you were just discussing, ma'am?
Yes.
And if you keep walking all the way down this hallway, is there a stairwell?
Yes, it is.
Can you go up and down?
Yes.
Well, if you were gonna go to Antonio and Jabari's apartment, they live with their mother, would you go up or down?
Up.
And is there apartments on the bottom floor?
Yes, it is.
And are you familiar with that gate right there we're seeing at the bottom of that building?
Yes.
And in this hallway, are there apartments?
Yes, it is.
And what's that last apartment that you just saw number-wise?
Was it?
I may add Ms. Hall just to pause it at that very last frame.
2022.
Now, ma'am, I'm also going to publish what we just talked about with, but I actually going to publish State's Exhibit 50. Now, as we walk down this sidewalk, are you familiar with this building?
Yes.
Where is this in relation to where you and Dravion lived on June 2nd, 2022?
We live at this gate in front of this in the back of the stairways in this building.
And as this camera pans to walking in that gate, is that the gate you would enter to go into your apartment?
Yes.
And you see that door on the left that we're approaching?
Yes.
Is that your apartment?
Yes.
And you had said earlier that's apartment 1126?
Yes.
Now, if you were to walk down this hallway, ma'am, and take a left, as this video is about to show, when you turn left, after it goes right to look down the hallway, what do you run into?
This is the gate. When
Okay.
you first come into the entrance to the left.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Now I'm going to ask you to play one more video, which is 50 Hotel. You know, Miss Angel, how I'd asked you about Antonio and Jabari and the apartment they lived at with their mother?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions as this video plays in reference to that, okay? I'm going to ask Ms. Hall, when she starts, help orient us to where we are. Do you see that frame, Miss Angel?
Yes.
And you see that red square and that black kind of exit box?
Yes.
Is that the gate we were talking about earlier a couple minutes ago?
Yes.
And is that the gate that you classified as in the middle of that building opposite where you and Dravion resided?
Yes.
And I'm going to press play and ask you to show us if you see in this video where Antonio, if you were going to go from this gate to Antonio and Jabari's apartment, okay?
Okay.
Is this the same hallway we had just referenced in the first video when the camera went down the stairs?
Yes.
And is there apartments on the floor above this as we're walking up the stairs?
Yes.
Well, technology issues fails, but if you were to, while we get that fixed, Miss Angel, thank you, Mr. Wright. Yep. Now, Miss Angel, while we get that pulled up, would Jabari and or Antonio ever come and visit you or Dravion at your apartment?
Yes.
If they typically wanted to hang out or come visit, would they ever knock on your door?
Yes.
Would Dravion ever hang out or visit their apartment that they lived at with their mother?
Yes.
And would Xavion Tucker or Zay ever come by and visit and do the same?
Yes.
Now, as this comes up, Miss Angel, oh, yeah. Don't forget my password, all right? I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions.
Okay.
So is this coming up the stairwell, but where we stopped off at?
Yes.
Oh, Miss Cassie? And if you keep walking down this hallway, do you ever reach or will you ever get to Antonio and Jabari's apartment?
Yes.
And in this hallway, you see how there's that sunlight down the hallway?
Yes.
Is there any open areas or breezeways or kind of balcony areas of this apartment? Like we're walking by right there.
Yes, it is.
Now I'm going to ask Ms. Hall to pause it right here. Do you see where would be Antonio and Jabari's apartment?
Yes, where the mat is.
Where the mat is?
Yes.
And Ms. Hall, can you resume? Thank you, ma'am. The apartment across the hall, what's that number? Oh. Thank you. I know it's hard to read.
2214.
2214, and their apartment's right across the hall? Okay.
Yes.
Now, thank you, Miss Angel. Now, I want to ask you a couple questions about June 2nd, 2022. Okay?
Okay.
Now, that day, were you ever at home that day?
No.
Where were you?
I left. I went to my sister's house.
Now, do you remember what time it was that you left to go to your sister's house?
Yes, it would be between 5 something.
Okay. And when you left, was it still daylight?
Yes.
Was there anyone hanging out or congregating in the hallway or the porch?
No.
Was Dravion home?
Yes.
And how far away was your sister from your apartment?
Maybe about 35, 40 minutes.
Okay. And who went there with you, if anyone?
Me and my daughter, we
Okay.
got dropped off there.
And when you got over there, let me ask you this. Were you at that location when you learned about something that had happened?
Yes.
And did you ever ultimately come back to the apartment complex at some time?
No.
Did you, at some point in time, without saying what anyone said, did you just receive some information about what happened to your son? Like
Yes.
you came to learn something had happened.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after that happened on June 2nd, 2022, when your son was shot and killed, did you ever have any conversations with any of his friends about what happened? Not what they said, but just any conversations with Dravion's friends
During that time, that day?
or any of the time after that?
Yes.
And without saying what someone said, did you have an opportunity to speak with Xavion Tucker?
Yes.
And did you also have a time where Antonio Dixon called you?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you an approach to you with what's marked as State's Exhibit 101, ma'am. And ask you if you recognize your signature on this disc.
Yes, I do.
Now, do you recall exactly what day it was when Antonio Dixon called you?
It was like the 4th.
The 4th of
I'm
June?
mistaken, yes.
Okay. So a couple days after.
A couple of days.
Yes, ma'am. And I want to ask you if you recorded that call.
Yes, I did.
What made you think to record that phone call?
Because I was curious. I wanted to know what happened to my child.
And is that disc, State's Exhibit 101, that exact recording with Antonio Dixon on June 4th?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the phone call that you recorded with Antonio?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence, State's Exhibit 101.
Objection.
No.
It's submitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish State's Exhibit 101. Ms. Angel, in just a second, the recording is going to come up on the screen, and we'll be able to hear it in the courtroom, okay?
Okay.
Now, before we hit play, let me ask you, does it start as a video when you recorded it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But is really it an audio recording?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Antonio.
So basically, what had happened was, I think you came out the house when all them floor right there by your door, right?
No, I wasn't at home.
Oh well, it was me, Brooke, and it was Rock, and there was a whole bunch of bar out there in front of your door. But Brooke and the boys, they hadn't got like into a little altercation, but they weren't like nothing too serious. And then Brooke was telling her she was like she felt disrespected because they were right there by his door, like
Yeah.
by your door after you been getting complaints and stuff. So she told him that, but when she told him that Drake got opponent, then he said something to them. So after he said something to them, Rock like he started like making fun of Drake because he wasn't gonna say something to them and Brooke would have never told him to. Like she didn't tell him to, but like she said something, so he wouldn't say something. So Rock basically like he started like making him feel some type of way about it, and Drake started telling him like, "You're not finna little boy, you're not finna make me feel like no little man." Like he was telling him that, so he kept telling him that. So he was telling him that. I think they said that like when they were by your door, but after that happened, Dre had to go in the house with work, and he came back out like an hour or two later. But
He went to sleep. Yeah, he went to sleep.
Oh yeah, he probably had went to sleep. But he came back outside. When he came back outside, Rock was still saying something to him about it, but Dre like he wasn't really like trying to push the issue. He was telling Rock like, leave him alone, but you're not finna little man. Like he kept saying, you're not finna little boy, man. I ain't finna go for that, you feel me?
Yeah.
So after he said that, Rock started telling him he wanted to fight. So Dre was like, Dre said, I'm on whatever you want.
Yeah.
So he said that, and then Rock was telling him like, put the gun down. Dre said, I'm on whatever you want. He kept just saying. So he said that, and then when that was over, Rock had walked to the store by himself. When he came back, everybody was still right there. He said something else to Dre, like he kept like just trying to push the issue. So he said something else to Dre, and Dre was like, man, go on. Like he was telling like, leave me alone. He was telling her like he was making me know like he wasn't really want no problem with him.
Yeah.
But Rock just kept pushing. So after that happened, Rock called his little buddy. His little buddy had pulled up so quick. I don't know what it was. Like they pulled up so quick, and when they pulled up, I don't be into all that fight because I thought they were going to do. So I looked down at my phone. When I looked down at my phone, I hear a shot go off. But when I look up, the shot didn't hit nobody. So after I hear the shot go off, they started touching me. And when it was rocking, Dre touched me. Rock and Dre started touching me, then Rock just started shooting. He just started shooting.
So Rock was the shooter.
Yes.
So he did shoot my child.
It was Rock brother, but it wasn't Rock brother. That's why you ain't.
That's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. That was it.
Another thing, man, I wouldn't care for you to like tell them what happened. Like I'm not trying to tell the detective what happened, because if I tell them, I'm basically like
jeopardizing yourself.
My life at that
I know that. I know that.
I understand where you come from.
Thank Miss Angel. Is that you on that call with Antonio?
Yes, it is.
And I want to ask you just a couple questions. When are you familiar with the term, or if Travion's ever said, don't little man me or little boy me? What does that mean?
Objection, speculation.
Why don't you first lay
Yes,
the
sir.
foundation if she does in fact know?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Angel, on June 2nd, 2022, how old was your son, Dravion Matthews?
He was 17.
Has he been your son since the day he was born?
Yes.
And have you spent a lot of time with him as his mother throughout his life?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the phrases he uses as your son?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that, with Dravion ever using that term, don't little boy me or little man me?
Yes.
With that said, Miss Angel, what does that mean?
That means like, don't keep nitpicking at me because you're older than me. I'm not a little boy.
And Miss Angel, I want to talk about in general, at the end of that phone conversation, did you hear Antonio express hesitation with speaking with someone other than you in terms of law enforcement?
Let's say that.
Yes,
for me
ma'am.
one
So
more time.
at the end of that conversation, do you remember Antonio referencing that he doesn't want to, tell what he told you to other people?
Yes,
And you told him that you understand. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And speaking in general, what did you mean by that when you told him that you understand about speaking with police about this murder?
Far as to other people,
Yeah,
because he was in jeopardy. He still had to live there.
understood. And at the time, both when this happened and when you spoke with Antonio Dixon on June 4th, he still lived in that apartment building with his brother and mother?
Yes.
One brief moment, Miss Angel. Miss Angel, on June 2nd, 2022, did your son Dravion have a phone? A cell
Not
phone?
not at the time. It was broken. It
What-
had been broken for a while.
What was wrong with it? Like, could he use it for?
Objection,
No.
to relevance. I mean, I'm not sure about that.
Overruled.
You know how, let me ask you this, did he have an Android or an iPhone?
He had an iPhone.
And you know how on iPhones you can use that Siri function?
Yes.
Was he able to use that?
No, not at the time. He couldn't.
And I also want to ask you, Miss Angel, one more question. What would Antonio call you in terms of, what would he call you?
Miss Angel.
What would Jabari call you?
Miss Angel.
What would Zay call you?
Miss Angel.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Miss Angel.
Cross-examination.
Defense counsel have a couple questions, man, all right?
You need a moment? You need some water or anything like that? Okay. My name is Avis Hornsby Culpepper, Miss Roberts, and I represent Roddrick in this case. I know this is difficult, but I have a few questions. So you weren't there at any time around the period of the shooting, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. And you talked about how you had gotten, when you went to renew your lease, you had gotten notice from the rent office that your son's friends were hanging out in that area and that needed to kind of cease. Is that what happened?
No, not exact.
Okay, well, you said my son's friends hanging out at the apartment area. So what do you mean then?
Him and his friend was hanging inside the hallway.
Okay, I'm sorry. Inside the hallway area. And the rent office needed that to change. Is that correct?
Pretty much, they were just telling me that. I didn't get a letter. They were just telling me that when I had to go renew my lease.
Okay, so they weren't telling you that had to stop or change or anything like that?
No, they
were
gave me a violation,
that's what I mean.
but they had to take it back because it wasn't my son and his friends.
Okay, so they gave a violation and they took it back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about the Xavier, Jabari, and Antonio being friends with your son before he
Yes.
passed, since they were little boys.
Yes.
After the death of your son, didn't you accuse Xavier of
Objection, Your Honor.
On the grounds of?
What we had discussed this morning in terms of this is tethered in hearsay.
well,
All right, counsel, just approach.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you did testify that before the incident, Antonio and your son had had an argument in the parking lot.
Yes.
And did you reference how soon or when that was?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
Were you present during that argument?
Yes, I was coming outside.
Okay. And do you know what the argument, how long it lasts?
And it lasted a long time. Cause got Dravion and put him in the car and we left.
Okay. So I think you testified that this argument, in the conversation that we heard and played, the argument that allegedly happened between Roddrick and Dravion was because the boys were disrespecting Brooke. That's what he said, right?
I guess that's what he said.
Okay. And Brooke was Dravion's girlfriend.
Yes.
And this phrase about not little boy and me, you said that you knew what it meant. He said that often?
No, he didn't say it often. A lot of kids use it when people were trying to talk down and make it like they run them or something.
So how many times did you hear Dravion say that?
I don't hear him say that often.
So would you say you've heard him say it once or twice? Or how many times have you personally heard him
I'm
say
not
that?
going to hear it because he wouldn't tell me that I'm being being belittling him. So I'm not gonna have to often hear it. So
Okay, so I guess I'm sorry I wasn't clear in my question. You never heard him say that to anybody else?
no.
So when you testified as to what it means, you're just saying generally that's what that term,
That's what
you
the
understand
kids
it, the
use.
kids, okay. Now, in that conversation that you had on the phone, Antonio, you were taping him, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know you didn't tell him he was being taped?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And in that conversation, he never told you in that conversation only that he was being threatened. He just said he don't want to talk because you said for fear of his life.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirects?
And Miss Angel, with that last question, was it that Antonio said he did not want to talk to the police?
Yes.
And your response to that was basically that you understand.
Yeah, he didn't want to. He said he didn't want to talk to the police or nobody else.
One brief moment, ma'am. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Miss Angel.
Thank
All
you.
right, is this witness subject to recall or can she be excused?
She can be excused, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. All right, members of the jury, I have to ask you to step out just for a few minutes as we get our next witness ready. There's some issues I got to take up with counsel.
All right, the jury. Physically, Jim.
All right, so I've been informed that Mr. Jabari Dixon has been transported up. And so thinking through this, again, I think the information I received from Deputy Scott is that he was exposed to someone with TB. Yes, please. Okay. There's no confirmation that he's positive. And so I want to make sure the jury and everyone else here is at most the comfort that they can be. So the first thought is I think we need a box of masks we can pass out to the jury and to everybody else who wants to wear one. The second is that I think some of the jurors in our front row here may not feel comfortable being this close to him on the witness stand. So my proposal is to come in and explain the situation to them and then tell them they can sit in the front row of the gallery here or off to the side. So I think counsel are going to need to maybe cover up any notes or whatever else that could be seen over their shoulders on the counsel table. And we would just have the jury here in the gallery, at least the portions of the jury that want to have a little more distance from him. Yeah, that's
a possible alternative of putting Mr. Dixon here instead.
we don't have a microphone over there is one issue. That could work, but I don't think we have a transportable microphone in any way. I mean, we could also, again, I don't know how many of the jurors would want. We could have them in this corner over here if we could get some more chairs for them. But if the entire jury box wants to vacate, we may be in an issue there. Logistically, though, I need to bring him out and ensure first that he understands the immunity use, that he doesn't plan to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege. And I think I have to do that first outside of their presence. So do we have a box of maybe in there? Was it gloves or masks? Let's bring all the masks.
Donna, may I run to the restroom right quick before he comes? Thanks.
Yes, if we could, let's clear the first and second rows. If anyone in the gallery could move back.
Just sent you a note.
For some reason, it wouldn't have nothing on. Did you get next? Yeah, I speak something. I didn't know there. Thanks.
No, no.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, do we have, so, well, actually, just hold on. I'll explain it to him in a second. All right, we're back on the record. Do we have Miss Broderick available?
Should he come back up?
Just 1 second. Yeah, let's do this. So, all the parties are present. We're back on the record, and we'll bring out Mr. Jabari Dixon here in a moment. We'll have him. I mean, for now, I think again, I'm just inquiring of him and his counsel whether he intends to invoke the fifth at all, and if he plans that he is not, and he understands the parameters of the use immunity. Then what I want to do is have him step back into the back. I'll bring the jury out, tell them what's going on, and then go ahead and have them relocate as they see fit, because otherwise they're going to have to walk right in front of him if he's just sitting there waiting on the witness stand. So the reality is, I don't think this was going to be avoidable anyway, is that they're going to see him come out of the holding cell and walk, or shuffle rather, to the witness stand. So I just place that out there if there was anything that relates to that. But that, I think, would be the plan forward. Unless there's any other input, we will bring out Mr. Jabari Dixon and counsel and go from there.
Oh, okay, but he was getting ready to come out. I didn't.
Yeah, we're gonna. Well, he's gonna have to walk by us at some point. We're just gonna have him at this initial instance. Just stay right here by the door. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, just to update the court, I'm about to call Ms. Rajah. Last I was informed she was just in the restroom, but it seems like she briefly went downstairs, so I'm gonna call her.
Who are we talking about?
Oh, she's in the back?
That's what I was told.
Oh, okay, okay.
Put your man.
No, she's like the next time. Yeah, I think she's right over here.
I just got out. I did not mean to tuberculosis.
What's going on?
One more thing, skip with me. Right, and- Okay. I'll be back.
Yeah, she's not back there. She must have stepped out. I don't know.
All right, well, we can start with him. All right, so we have present now in the courtroom, I believe, Mr. Jabari Dixon. And Mr. Dixon, you've been, I think as we've had your counsel confirm with you, subpoenaed as a witness in this trial, and your counsel should be back shortly. But the state does intend to call you as a witness next in this case. And there potentially will be questions asked about the pending case you have here in Fulton County. And your counsel had indicated to us that it was likely that you were going to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination in response to any of those questions. In response to this, the state has filed a motion, which I've signed an order, granting you use and derivative use immunity for your testimony here today. And so have you had sufficient time to confer with your counsel about what that means? And I need a yes or no for our court reporter here. Okay. And so you understand that if you're asked anything you're asked about today, that the Fifth Amendment privilege is now essentially doesn't apply because the state cannot prosecute you based solely on what you testify about today, unless it's for certain exceptions like perjury or something like that. You understand? I need a yes for it. Okay. And so after conferring with your counsel, it's my understanding that you do not plan to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege at any point during your testimony today. Is that accurate? Okay. All right. And so, Ms. Roddrick, what I was going over with, she's now present with Mr. Dixon, was just confirming that he'd had enough time to confer with you, and that that the indication had been that we initially thought he was going to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege, that I've signed a use and derivative use immunity order, and then I asked him whether at this point he intends at any point during his testimony to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege, and he just told me that he did not at this point. Is there anything that you want to add for us?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like standing to object. And I would like the court to note that I have instructed him not to answer any questions related to what happened in January.
And what would be the grounds for that in light of the immunity order?
Because the immunity order doesn't specifically mention whether or not anybody, so he has a co-defendant in that other case. This immunity order doesn't specifically say anything about anybody else using what he says in this case directly against him in his case.
All right, so your concern is not that the state will use this against him, but that his co-defendant could.
Anybody, I'm still concerned, Your Honor, based on the fact that everything he says will be transcribed. So Your Honor has signed an order saying that it cannot be used against him, but that doesn't prevent someone else, whether it be the state or a defense attorney, from reading those transcripts and somehow bringing that in. He has the ability to not make any statements that could cause any damage in his case for himself. And even if it's in front of the judge that's presiding in his case or another judge, he has the right to not make any statements. I just received that video statement that he previously made. So in terms of being able to get that filing motion so that that can't be used against him, I haven't had the opportunity to do that. So to now ask him to speak on the record about a statement that should never have been taken from him in the first place feels like it's backdooring his right to not give statements against himself.
Okay, so I take it from your responses that you have concerns over just the maybe the voluntariness of the initial statement when it was taken at the outset, and do you have? But the issue I'm kind of focusing on here is you saying that the co-defendant could use it, or it could still be used in some way. I mean, a use and derivative use immunity is this fairly not exactly a novel concept, and so I'm wondering, do you have some kind of authority that says that once that's been signed, that the state could still use this in some way?
Well, when I went over it, Your Honor, it doesn't mention anything about his case specifically or the dates. It's not
Right.
very specific in reference to.
Oh, well, if anything, it's pretty broad. It just says anything he testifies about here today. So anything and everything that comes up. How would that not cover January or anything really? It's not confined at all. It just says his testimony period today is covered.
It's letting the cat out of the bag. I understand what Your Honor is saying in terms of officially, it shouldn't be used against him. But once he talks and it's typed down, it's in the universe. And so my job is to protect his interest, which is why I've been here making sure that we don't create a problem for him that I can't undo down the line.
All right. So I'm going to take that as you object to the signing and the procedure of the use and derivative use immunity. I think you've preserved that objection for what may in any future proceedings. However, I'm not hearing a reason why that would be invalid, why it wouldn't cover what it's supposed to in future proceedings. And should it come up again, you've got your ability to challenge that either that this use was improper or that the prior gathering of the state was improper. So I think your objection to the use and immunity order is certainly noted, but I'll be directing your client that I do expect him to respond to any questions in subject and at the risk of contempt. All right. So do you need a time to explain that to him? All right. And so, Mr. Dixon, we'll let you step into the back again just for a minute, and then we're going to go ahead and we'll cover with the jury what happens next.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. With regards to standing to object, if there are questions, would I be granted standing to object if there are any questions that come up that may cause problems for him?
Well, let's do it this way just to make the record explicitly clear. When the subject first comes up, if you would like to make that objection for the record, I'll then note that it's a continuing objection for this entire line of questioning. All right. All right. So with that, let me bring in the jury so we can prepare logistically for what comes next.
Another one like the one you got over there, because I can't hardly breathe. Did you grab? Thank you.
All right, it's very.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. All right, members of the jury, the next witness that I understand the state intends to call is currently in the custody of the sheriff's office. And I have been informed yesterday that this witness was exposed during the vicinity of another inmate with tuberculosis. And so, as I understand it, he is not positive for that, but we want to take every single precaution and try to make sure that everyone here remains as safe as possible. And so, to that end, what I want to offer the folks on the jury is that if they want to relocate well away from this witness into the gallery, you're certainly welcome to do so. We really have no other logistical way to have him testify but to be in the jury box. We also have some of the familiar masks from the COVID era that I think would give us a layer of protection as well. And so that is our proposed plan forward, is that at this moment that we could, when we can go ahead and relocate for the duration of his testimony and cross-examination across the room. We'll have an air filter going and we can all mask up. Are there any concerns?
Bring all of this down before we then have to relocate back, like what's that?
And I'm open to input of any concerns anyone else wants to raise here. So juror, if you could give me your number again, I'm sorry. 27, you're asking us just.
Then how are we gonna kind of also kind of clear the space as we do, then we have to come back and relocate here post this person's leaving. So lights all down, and we kind of clean the space there as well.
Yes, I will, we'll make that happen over the lunch break. All right.
Now.
And I'll also note for our jurors, again, so they can plan accordingly, he will be coming out of this door. So if that is not, again, enough space for your comfort, feel free to relocate. All right. Are there any other concerns or input or anything else any member of the jury would like to address?
That he didn't test negative.
That is what I'm told by the sheriff's office, that this was an exposure yesterday. And I need your number as well.
21.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Then with that, state may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. Jabari Dixon to the stand.
It's well fun for testimony that nothing but the truth to help.
For sure.
While speaking, nice state your name, but still your name.
Jabari Dixon. JABARIDIXON.
Good morning, Mr. Dixon. How you doing, sir?
I'm all right.
Did you used to live, sir, at the apartment complex at 540 Humphrey Street?
Yes, sir.
And you got a brother named Antonio, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to ask you, growing up, did you and Antonio, your brother, always live in 540 Humphrey Street?
Yes, sir.
And did you all reside there with your mother?
Yes, sir.
Growing up, sir, did you have a friend or know of someone who went by the name Dre or Dravion Matthews?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Dravion? When did you first meet him?
Since the 2nd grade.
And does Dravion have an older brother?
Yes, sir.
And are you the older or younger brother of Antonio?
The older.
And were you close with both Dravion and his brother?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you this, sir. Was Dravion and his brother, would you consider them acquaintances, friends, or close friends?
Close friends.
And as long as you've known him or throughout your life with him, y'all have you all always been close?
Yes, sir.
And do you know someone who goes by the name of Zay or Zavion Tucker?
Yes, sir.
And is he someone that you consider a friend?
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask you, sir, just a couple questions. Do you also know somebody who went by the name of Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
And would she sometimes hang out or be around where Dravion's apartment was?
Yes, sir.
And you know how when you come in, sir, into that front gate in 540 Humphrey Street,
Yes, sir.
would Dravion's building be on your left or right?
Left.
Okay. And would your building be on the left or right?
Right.
And if you went in that, let me ask you this. You familiar with a gate that comes from the parking lot area into your building?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of in the middle of your building? Let me ask it better. If you come in that gate, where was the apartment that you and your brother and mother resided in? Would you have to go on, would you be on the parking level floor, a floor up, or a floor down?
Floor up.
And I'm going to show you something real quick, Mr. Dixon, sir. This is something that's already been admitted as 2 Bravo. Do you see this, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Is your building on the left or right of this exhibit? And hold on, I'm trying to be a little different with you and everyone to see it. Would your apartment be this building or this building? This building?
Mhm.
And you know that gate that I was not describing well, but was trying to get to? I'm gonna move my finger and you tell me where that gate is in the building. Can we do it slower?
Yeah.
Here? Or where is it, sir? Is it bottom, middle, or top?
Bottom.
Okay. And was Dravion's building right or left?
Left.
Okay. And do you remember what the apartment building number was that you, your mother, and your brother Antonio lived in, sir?
2213.
2213?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to ask you just a couple questions about June 2nd, 2022, okay?
Yes.
Can you describe how did that day start for you?
I don't want to answer that.
That's fair. Well, let me ask you this. Did you come outside at some point or ever see Dravion that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember if when you first saw him, it was daytime or nighttime?
Morning.
Morning? Okay. Did you ever see him later on in the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you saw him later on in the day, where did you see him at? Was it in your apartment, in the parking lot, somewhere else?
In an apartment.
Okay. At any point in time, did you and Dravion ever go outside?
Yes, sir.
And when you were outside, was there ever a time that day where you were in the general parking lot area?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to show you a couple things, Mr. Dixon. I'm going to publish, and on a screen behind you, correct. I'm going to publish what's in evidence as States Exhibit 44, okay? So a video is going to come up from timestamp 21:17 or 9:17 p.m. and 55 milliseconds to 21:18:51. 44, it should be the first.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Dixon, sir, does that screen in front of you, is it working?
Yes.
And you see, you can see it. There's nothing on the screen. Thank you, sir. I'm going to publish this exhibit and just ask you a question, okay? I'm just going to ask you if you recognize anyone that's coming down the stairwells, okay?
Yes.
Who do you recognize?
Jay and my brother.
Is your brother in the orange or blue?
Blue.
And is Xavion the other gentleman in the orange?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And you see how they walk kind of into the parking lot area?
Yes, sir.
Is this view one of the ways to leave y'all's apartment building to go outside to the parking area?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, I want to publish States Exhibit 44 Alpha from 21:26:57, which is 9:26 p.m. to 21:27:09. I'm going to ask you if you recognize a gentleman who's going to come on there in just a second.
Yes, sir.
Who is that, sir?
It's me.
Okay. And you remember having that T-shirt that has, do you remember what was on the print or the front of it?
No, sir.
And I'm going to show you in just a second once it stops playing. Do you remember, or I'll ask you a question when you can see it better. And is this the same apartment surveillance video we just showed that Xavion and Antonio were walking out of?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to publish, sir, 44 Alpha from 21:29:39 or 9:29 p.m. to 21:29:54 and ask you a quick question, okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Is this also you?
Yes, sir.
And thanks, sir. I'm going to ask Mr. Wright if he would be so kind just to publish or pause, I should say, that video at a part where the gentleman, Mr. Dixon, is in the middle of that stairwell. Now, Mr. Dixon, did you ever used to have some kind of sandal type shoes?
Yes.
Is that what you're wearing in that clip?
Yes, sir.
And is that how on June 2nd, 2022, you were? Or like that's you on that day?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, I'm going to also publish what is marked as, or Mr. Wright, can you go to the next video beneath this? Thank you, sir. I'm going to publish States Exhibit 44 Alpha 21:29:39 to 21:29:54 and ask you a quick question, okay, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Is that you coming down the stairs?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you were to walk out of that building and go left, would you ever run into Dre's apartment where he lived?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to publish, sir, States Exhibit 47 from 9:29 or 21:29:40 to 21:30:08 And before Mr. Wright publishes this, does this seem familiar, Mr. Dixon, this general area?
Yes, sir.
And you see the building, well, I'll use some cars as reference. You see that black Infinity kind of in the bottom?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say the left side of that vehicle, if you were to walk all the way down, you see that side of the apartment building?
Yes, sir.
Is that general area where you and your brother's apartment was with your mother?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to publish this in just a second. Mr. Wright, you can publish it. And Mr. Dixon, I'm going to pause it right here. You see that black Infinity we were just discussing in the bottom of the screen.
Yes, sir.
You see how there's a silver BMW and a white truck in the parking spot in front of it?
Yes, sir.
And you see how there is 3 cars on the other side of that parking garage facing towards the Infinity. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask you, as I play this, if you ever were standing or if you recognize yourself in the parking lot, okay?
Yes, sir.
You can play it, Mr. Wright. Thank you, sir. Do you see yourself anywhere in this video?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pause it, Mr. Wright. Although I hope and believe, Mr. Dixon, that I know you were exposed, you were negative. I'm going to come right next to you, all right? I'm going to ask you something. And if you wouldn't mind, sir, can you circle, Mr. Dixon, where you are, sir? Takes a second because there's a little bit of lag. Let me see. Oh, okay. Now, is that you in the same gray shirt, sir, that we saw in the other clips and jeans and the sandals?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I am going to publish, Mr. Wright, from this point moving forward. And Mr. Wright, can you pause it just real quick? Can't see it on the screen, but this is 21:42 or 9:42 p.m. Can you see that on your screen, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, it's on this, I don't see it on our screen.
It's on our screens. It's hidden behind this
Oh,
record live. Okay, I'm going to press play if Mr. Wright would help me. Thank you. It's a little slow, but we're playing it now, Mr. Dixon, okay? I'm gonna ask you a question, just if you can, follow yourself, all right? I'm gonna keep that yellow up there where you circle. You see how are you standing like this? I call it a baseball stance.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever gonna do a foot race with somebody?
Yes, sir.
Objection to the- oh, okay.
You were?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you're kind of standing like you're about to run or race somebody?
Yes, sir.
Now you see how you walk to the left of where that yellow circle is? Is that still you?
Yes, sir.
And now you're kind of back in the yellow circle, just walked a little bit past it.
Yes, sir.
And you see how, and Mr. Dixon, yours may be a little different than mine. You're walking, I'm gonna use this big screen behind you, if you don't mind, sir. And do you see yourself on this screen here?
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna ask Mr. Wright to pause it right here. And is this you in the circle right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna ask you to watch this one because I want to make sure I'm on the same time as you. Is that fair? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Can you publish that, Mr. Wright? I'm just gonna track your movement, sir. Okay, and just ask you where you go. So do you see you now walking to the?
Objection, if he just asked him where he went as opposed to leading him, I guess is what I'm saying.
All right, the most recent phrasing is, do you see yourself now? I'll allow that question, so to be
you,
overruled,
Your Honor.
but be mindful of the leading nature.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Now, that's all right. You give a little lag. I'm gonna go to the next one. What? Now, Dixon, I'm gonna do one more thing, all right? So I'm gonna help because technology is a pain for anybody. Thank you, sir. Now I'm gonna ask you a quick question here in a second. Mr. Wright, could you publish this exhibit, please, sir? And let me know what time we're at for the record.
21:42:59.
21:42:59 or 9:42 PM. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Now I'm gonna pause it. Well, it's all right, Mr. Wright. Mr. Dixon, sir, I got that touch screen up. Do you see yourself where you are in the parking lot once this screen behind you stops?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind circling yourself, sir, if you don't mind? Do you see that car that's parked, got some brake lights on, Mr. Dixon? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that to the right of where you are?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wright, what is the time?
21:43:40.
Okay. This has been paused at 21:43 or 9:43 PM and 40 milliseconds. Now, I'm gonna go to the next, or let me ask you this, Mr. Jabbar. Do you remember your brother Antonio or see where he would be out at this time?
No, sir.
Do you remember after this time? Well, let me ask you this. I'm gonna publish the next exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 46 Alpha from 21:44 or 9:44 PM and 23 milliseconds to 21:44:30 or 9:44:30. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Now, Mr. Dixon, I'm gonna press play and ask you a question about if you recognize anyone who comes in through the gate, okay? Pause it, Mr. Wright. Or if you go back just a little bit. Did you see the people come in the gate?
Yes, sir.
Do you see yourself?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that same gray T-shirt on, but this time it's over your head?
Yes, sir.
And who is that behind you?
My brother.
Okay. Do you know why you walked in with the T-shirt over your head, if you remember?
I was crying.
Why were you crying, sir?
I don't want to answer that.
That's fair, sir. Let me ask you this. When Dravion Matthews was killed, how did you feel about that?
I was hurt.
And did you know his mother, Miss Angel?
Yes, sir.
What would you call her?
Miss Angel.
Miss Angel? What would your brother Antonio call her, sir?
Miss Angel.
And okay. Now, Ms. Dixon, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, okay? Do you know if that night Dravion came out by himself or with someone else?
I think it was someone else.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if you remember on July 7th of 2022, telling Detective Barry, she asked, does anyone come get his attention? Just say, come on out. And you said he came out. Do you remember saying, or did you say that, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know if Dravion was arguing with anybody either earlier in the day or later that day?
Yes, sir.
Who was he arguing with?
Me and my cousin.
You and your cousin? What's your cousin's name?
Trey.
And was he arguing with your cousin Trey on his front porch at the apartment complex? Dravion's apartment.
Yes, sir.
And was there other people around when he was arguing with your cousin Trey?
Me.
You? And
Yes, sir.
what were they arguing about?
I can't remember.
And let me ask you this. Later on that night, did Dravion get in an argument?
Yes, sir.
Who did he get in an argument with?
Me.
What did he get in an argument with you about?
It was about, what was it about? It was about the,
You don't remember?
I can't remember.
That's all right. Now, do you remember on July 7th, 2022, telling Detective Barry in reference to Dravion, he was already out arguing with somebody else, and that was the reason they got into the argument?
I think this is improper, I guess it's supposed to be impeachment, but I think it's improper.
All right, I think his answer was that he does not remember. The state's not confronting him with that statement, so overruled.
And isn't it true, Mr. Dixon, that you told Sergeant Barry in reference to Dravion, he was already out arguing with somebody else, and that was the reason they got into an argument? Sergeant Barry says, who? Dravion and who got in an argument? And you say Rock. Do you remember saying that? Or did you say that to Sergeant Barry on July 7th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember, or you had just mentioned about, I'd asked you about an argument Dravion had with earlier in the day. Do you remember me asking you that question?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember telling Sergeant Barry when she asked who was Dravion arguing with first, you told her on July 7th, I don't know, I just woke up, I was not planning on coming outside.
Yes, sir.
Did you tell her that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Rock and Dravion, do you know what they were arguing about?
No, sir.
On July 7th, 2022, Sergeant Barry says, so what were they arguing about then? Isn't it true you said it did have something to do with that, but it didn't? Like he was arguing with him because he said, okay, Dravion walked outside, he had to this and that because they were standing in front of his mama's door. So Rock's like, you won't do nothing, this and that. You are not about that life. Did you tell Sergeant Barry that on July 7th in relation to the argument of Dravion and Rock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Rock ever ask Dravion to fight that you heard?
I won't answer that.
Is that yes, no, or I don't know?
I won't answer.
Okay. What answer? You got to give some answer. So, or let me ask you this. Did you tell Sergeant Barry on July 7th, they got to arguing, Rock asked him to fight, Dravion steady saying he doesn't want no problems, but he's steady going up on Dre, put his gun down so they can fight, but Dre was not trying to put his gun down or fight. That's when he called other people, not sure who that was. He came and then it happened. Did you tell Sergeant Barry that on July 7th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Dravion get shot with his own gun?
I don't know.
On July 7th, 2022, isn't it true that in response to Sergeant Barry, the time detective said, did they shoot Dravion with his own gun? The gun he would not put down. And you shake your head physically, no. Did that happen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Dravion get shot with a different gun?
I don't know.
On July 7th, 2022, sir, did you tell Sergeant Barry in response to it was a different gun? And you shook your head yes.
Mm-hmm.
Did you shake your head yes in response to Sergeant Barry asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you know where the gun was that Dravion had?
No, sir.
Okay. And you shrugged your shoulders in response to, you didn't know when you met with Sergeant Barry that on July 7th, 2022 either, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, who actually pulled the trigger on Dravion? Was it the people who pulled up?
I don't want to answer that.
On July 7th, 2022, when asked by Sergeant Barry who actually pulled the trigger on Dravion, was it the people who pulled up? Did you shake your head? No, it was not the people who pulled up who shot Dravion.
I don't know.
Okay. Was it Rock who pulled the trigger on Dravion?
I can't recall.
Yes, sir. On July 7th, 2022, when Sergeant Barry, after she asked you who actually pulled the trigger on Dravion and said, or was it Rock, did you shake your head? Yes, it was Rock who shot on July 7th, 2022.
Yeah.
Okay. You did?
Mm.
Okay. Now, do you remember a car coming up and people getting out of a car close in time to when Dravion was shot and killed?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall about how many people came out of that car, sir?
No.
Excuse me. Do you remember, or did you on July 7th, 2022, when Sergeant Barry asked, now the people who pulled up, how many? And you said, I would say about 4 or 5. Do you recall, or did you say that, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what car it was that 4 to 5 people pulled up in that got out?
No, sir.
Okay. On July 7th, 2022, when Sergeant Barry asked you after asking you about 4 or 5 people pulled up, she said, "In what kind of car?" And you said a Honda. Did you tell Sergeant Barry that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize any of the 4 or 5 people who pulled up in the Honda car close in time to when Dravion was shot and killed?
No, sir.
And sir, did you on July 7th, 2022, when Sergeant Barry asked you about the 4 or 5 guys, did you recognize anyone? And you said his brother. Did you tell Sergeant Barry that you recognized his brother? And on the next, right after that, you clarified his is in reference to Rock. You recognize Rock's brother.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Rock's brother close in time to when Dravion Matthews was shot and killed?
Yes, sir.
And did he come up in a blue Honda?
I don't know.
That's fair. Did he come near where Dravion was shot and killed close in time to when he was killed?
Yes, sir.
And did the defendant, Rock, shoot and kill Dravion?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, the people who pulled up, Carlos, Rock's brother, and the other people with him, did they actually do anything to Dravion?
I don't know.
Okay. Sir, on July 7th, did you tell Sergeant Barry when she just asked you who you recognized, you said Rock's brother, and she asked you, did they actually do anything? You shook your head no, they did not do anything. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
tell Sergeant Barry that on July 7th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And sir, is it true that they just pulled up? They just showed up?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Dixon, on July 7th, 2022, when Sergeant Barry, after she asked you, did they do anything, the people who pulled up in the car, and she said, did they just show up? You shook your head yes. They just showed up.
Yes, sir.
Did you do that on July 7th, sir?
Yes, sir.
And basically, did they just see what happened and didn't do anything?
I guess so.
Okay. So the people like his brother and the people who pulled up, they didn't do anything to Dravion that night.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Whoever did it to Dravion was someone else, but not them. Not the defendant's brother and the people who came in that car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they kind of just showed up out of the blue. Someone else that's not with them shot and killed Dravion, and then they just left, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know why Rock called his brother, sir?
No, sir.
On July 7th, 2022, did you tell Sergeant Barry that he thought we were going to try to do something to him, which is how the streets goes?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, like why did Rock call his brother?
I don't know.
Okay. And did the people who came, Rock's brother and the other people with him, did they have guns when they showed up?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell Sergeant Barry on July 7th, 2022, when she asked you, did they have guns when they showed up? Not when I think I seen a gun. You weren't sure, but you thought you saw a gun. Did you tell Sergeant Barry that?
Yes, sir.
And I want to be clear that if anyone with the defendant's brother or people who showed up when she just asked you, did any of them have guns, did any of them use those guns to kill Dravion, the people who came up in the car with Rock's brother?
No, sir.
And did, in fact, the gun that was used to kill Dravion Matthews on June 2nd, 2022 come from Rock?
I don't know.
On July 7th, sir, 2022, when Sergeant Barry asked you the gun that was used to kill Dravion came from Rock, you shook your head yes. The gun that shot Dravion came from Rock. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. When Rock was squaring up with Dravion, did Rock already have the gun on him?
I can't recall.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Mr. Dixon. Did you tell Sergeant Barry on July 7th, 2022? So when like Rock was like square up, he already had the gun on him and you shook your head yes. Rock did have the gun on him when he squared up with Dravion.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Dravion, when Rock squared up on him with a gun out or have a gun on him, did Dravion have his gun out?
No, sir.
Okay. That night when you saw Dravion, irregardless if you had a gun on him, did you ever see him have the gun out?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you tell Sergeant Barry that she asked, did he just have it on him? And you said yes. You told Sergeant Barry that too, that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Dravion not want to fight Rock in that moment before he was shot and killed?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling Sergeant Barry on July 7th, 2022, or did you tell Sergeant Barry on July 7th, 2022, but he did not want to fight Rock and you shook your head yes, and Dravion did not want to fight Rock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Where did Rock have the gun before the murder? Like, where was it? In his hand, on his person? Where was it?
Can't recall.
Okay. On July 7th, 2022, did you tell when Sergeant Barry asked you when they showed up, that's all Rock needed, he pulled out his pistol, where did he keep his pistol at? And you told Sergeant Barry, correct, that he had it in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Rock had the gun in his hand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this whole time during the verbal argument, did Rock have the gun in his hand with Dravion?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you recall, or not recall, did you tell Sergeant Barry on July 7th, 2022, sir, that the whole time, even like during the verbal altercation, she asked the whole time, and you shook your head yes. During the whole time of the verbal altercation, Rock had a gun in his hand when he was arguing with Dravion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know what kind of gun Rock had in his hand?
No, sir.
On July 7th, 2022, did you tell at the time Detective Barry that Rock had a Smith & Wesson in his hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you met with Detective Barry, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, sir. From when it happened, almost 3 years ago, as we're in July 2025, right?
Yes, sir.
This happened June 2nd, 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
From the moment it happened till today, does Dravion getting shot and killed impact you?
Yes, sir.
Did you kill Dravion Matthews, your friend?
No, sir.
Did your brother Antonio Dixon kill Dravion Matthews, your friend?
No, sir.
Did Xavion Tucker kill your friend Dravion Matthews?
No, sir.
Did anyone in that car with the defendant's brother and the other people that we don't know show up kill Dravion Matthews?
I don't know.
Did the defendant shoot and kill Dravion Matthews?
I don't know.
Okay. But you did tell Sergeant Barry on July 7th, 2022 that he did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, thank you, Mr. Dixon. I'm going to ask you just a couple questions, okay? Now, right now you're in jail in Fulton County, Rice Street, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were arrested July 7th, 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the day you were arrested, was someone else arrested?
Yes, sir.
Is that someone else who was arrested in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that other person who's arrested in the courtroom here today, when you talked with Sergeant Barry, were they in that same building or down the hall?
Yes, sir.
And did you not want that other person who was arrested on July 7th, 2022, that was down the hall from you, to hear or know what you were telling Sergeant Barry?
No, sir.
And why is that, sir?
I didn't want it to impact me.
Understood. Now, let me ask you this. Where you currently are, or let me put it this way. You know, you were produced or brought over to testify. You didn't really have much of a choice, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And with the questions that I have asked you, you've been respectful with me and I've been respectful with you. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And are you trying to answer my questions the best that you can?
Yes, sir.
Is there issues in reality being in Fulton County Jail with testifying in a case against anybody? As in, how is that viewed in jail?
Objection.
Overruled.
You can answer, Mr. Dixon.
It'll look bad on me. It'll be bad for me.
And is talking about or testifying about the murder of Dravion Matthews when it would be bad for you to testify about it, is that difficult?
Yes, sir.
Does it put you in kind of a pickle?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Dixon, the case that you're in custody for, does that have anything to do with the murder of Dravion Matthews on June 2nd, 2022?
No, sir.
One brief moment, Mr. Dixon, okay? And Mr. Dixon, let me ask you this. Before testifying here today, let me say this. That case is still open. You haven't had your day in court. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And before you testified here today, were you instructed or informed by whoever, the court, counsel, that the state gave basically derivative or use immunity to you to testify?
Yes, sir.
And that, because of that, you didn't really have much of a choice to testify. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
And that's not something that you asked for, right?
No, sir.
One brief moment, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Dixon, let me ask you a quick question. You know how the camera or the frame where you had the t-shirt over your head because you were crying and Antonio came in behind you? You remember that one?
Yes, sir.
Were you and Antonio in that frame coming from the big parking lot in the apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So before walking in that gate, yourself and your brother Antonio were somewhere out and about in that area before walking in the gate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm being told I got to tuck my shirt in, Mr. Dixon, and I'm glad that Ms. Hall told me because I would have been walking around. My apologies. Thank you. Anything else? And one last question, Mr. Dixon, is where you had circled where you were in the parking lot that night?
Yes, sir.
And I'm just gonna use this map, and I know it's difficult with where everyone is, for both you and Jared, but I'll try my best. In general, and I'm not trying to lead you, just trying to orient you, this is the main gate, right, to the apartment complex.
Yes, sir.
And in general, where was the area that Dravion Matthews was shot and killed? I'm gonna just move my hand. This is the front gate, right? I'm gonna come up. This is your building. This is Dravion's building. You tracking me?
Yes, sir.
In general, I don't want to lead you. You just tell me where the general area was that Dravion was shot and killed.
Yeah.
Okay, right here?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and where you and, where you were, remember I was asked about the foot race and you circled yourself with the yellow?
Yes, sir.
Were you closer to Dravion's building or your building when we're looking at that?
Mine.
Okay, so you're more to the right
Yes,
of
sir.
where Dravion was killed.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and then after that, you walk in the gate to your
Yes, sir.
building. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dixon,
All right,
for your time.
cross-examination.
No more questions by the state.
Oh, no, Mr. Dixon, we still have potential questions by opposing counsel.
Just can we approach briefly, just with a quick question? Good, good morning, Mr. Dixon.
Good
I don't
morning.
know if I'm gonna be able to talk through this mess, so. My name is Avis Hornsby Culpepper, and I represent Mr. Teasley.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're presently charged with murder, felony murder, another felony murder, an armed robbery, another armed robbery, an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and another aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. That's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And those events, as indicted, said that they happened January 15th of 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the state has offered you a plea deal of life without parole. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at no time between January 22nd, January 15th, 2022, did you walk into the police station and turn yourself in? Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And on July 7th of 2027, you were arrested, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the date of this event, you were walking around in your apartment complex, hanging out, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just sorry, I'm having cramps in my foot. Just excuse me. Okay,
Counsel, if you'd prefer to be seated doing questioning, that's up to you.
if that's okay, I think it might help. So apologize.
You can take your chair out to the middle even if you want to.
Okay, I think this is fine. Is the mic on? Oh, that's what I don't. Can you hear me, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Court Reporter, can you hear me? So you were arrested for this, and at no time from June 2nd did you try to contact anybody and tell them what happened to your friend from kindergarten, did you?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, you were urged, well, in fact, you knew that Detective Berry was trying to contact you about this. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you never contacted her.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the first time you said anything about Mr. Teasley allegedly being involved in this was when you were locked up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that time, when you gave that statement, you were looking for a deal in your own case, so you call yourself cooperating. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you weren't under any type of oath at that time to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but you didn't get an oath like that when you talked to Detective Berry, did you?
I can't recall.
Can you recall whether or not you left your hand up and made any kind of statements when she asked you questions?
No, ma'am.
No, you don't recall it or no, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Now you agree that this time you came into this court and you took an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you aren't telling the truth and it is brought forth, you could be placed on charges of perjury. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
But you've taken an oath today and you stated some things.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you got an immunity deal, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that means that even if you committed this murder, anything that you said cannot be used against you and you can't be sort of prosecuted. That's your understanding, isn't it?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, that is if he testifies that he did this murder.
All right, noted. You can
Okay.
proceed to the next question, Ms. Defense Counsel.
But that's your understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
That if you did this murder, you get to walk free just by testifying.
I'm gonna object to that.
Yeah, I don't think that's an accurate.
Well, let me ask him if
characterization.
that's his understanding.
Okay,
That's what
fine.
I meant to say. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, it seems as if he's being asked about conversations that he may have had with me. And it seems like that his conversations with me shouldn't be about.
All right, understood. And just for the record, and everyone else, this is Mr. Dixon's counsel, and I don't see that wading into privilege issues for attorney-client privilege. So I'll note the objection. I'll overrule it. Again, counsel, you can proceed with your next question, or re-ask it if he
The
probably
next
doesn't
or
remember
the one that I asked, I'm
it. Sorry,
sorry.
you can re-ask your current question as to his understanding.
So is it your understanding that even if you committed this murder of Dravion Matthews, because you're testifying here today, you won't get prosecuted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the stuff that you told Detective Barry on that day, when you didn't have an immunity deal that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were trying to work out your own case on that day, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So all the stuff that you said about Mr. Teasley's involvement on that day was in an effort to try and work out your case. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the stuff that you're saying today, which is that you don't remember, you don't know who shot him, you're not aware of certain things, you're testifying to that under oath today.
Yes, ma'am.
You did say that, did you know that your brother and Dravion had fallen out a little earlier before he was killed?
No, ma'am.
And you were asked how your day started for you, and you just didn't want to answer that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked whether you were in the parking lot area. And you first said no, but you acknowledged that the areas that you were in that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you and Dravion were arguing. Isn't that what you just testified to under oath that day?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you said you might have been arguing twice that day. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
But when you argued with him, you said you couldn't remember what it was about.
Yes, ma'am.
You said in your testimony, or either in your statement to Detective Barry, that Mr. Teasley, Rod, called his brother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you didn't hear any conversation between Roddrick and his brother, did you, sir?
No, ma'am.
You just made an assumption that he called him because he came up. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me talk about something else that you talked about with Detective Barry. Initially, you didn't really want to talk about your case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you given all this information about this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
Well, you told her some things about this case that the DA just went over with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, but you did kind of a little bit get into your own case, didn't you, sir?
I don't want to answer that.
Didn't you tell Detective Barry?
Ms. Culpepper, twice, and Your Honor, may I just have a standing objection under 24-4-404A to, is that fair, Your Honor?
You've made the objection. We've argued it, and so it's noted and overruled.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Culpepper.
Okay. You tell Detective Barry that on your case, Dravion, because you're accused of shooting somebody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is your lawyer for the record, Miss Broderick, who's in the courtroom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about all of this with her, correct? I mean, not telling what you said, but she's here to protect you, is your understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
You told Detective Barry on that day that while you were there at the events surrounding your murder charge, so was Dravion. Didn't you tell her that?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, noted and continuing for the record, but it is overruled. I'll direct the witness to answer that question.
Didn't you tell her that?
I don't want to answer.
All right, Mr. Dixon, I'm directing you to answer that question.
I did.
And in fact, you told her that Dravion had a gun, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told her that Dravion and TT, who is your co-defendant, shot this boy.
No, ma'am.
Well, you said you didn't know that they all shot, that all of y'all shot, but you didn't know who shot him, but that Dravion did shoot.
Yes, ma'am.
And that happened back in January. And Dravion was not charged with that, to the best of your knowledge at that point. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Although you knew you were charged with it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a second.
Mr. Dixon, if you could pull the mask over your nose, please.
I believe that's all I have, Mr. Dixon.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm a published State's Exhibit 39. Mr. Jabari. A photograph is going to come up on the screen. I'm going to ask you a question. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is that Dravion Matthews?
Yes, sir.
Is that the friend that you knew since you were in pre-K? Or close to it?
Yes, sir.
And on cross-examination, defense counsel asked you about things you said about Dravion on July 7th, 2022. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And when you said those things, the sergeant, Dravion had already passed away, right?
Yes, sir.
And why was it that you said Dravion's involvement in your case on that day after he had passed?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah. Why did you tell Sergeant Barry those things about Dravion after he was no longer here?
I guess I really don't know.
Let me ask you this. When you told Sergeant Barry that things, is it fair to say you knew that Dravion couldn't get in trouble for it here on Earth, right?
Yes, sir.
And that by you saying those things, whether they're true or not, nothing would happen to Dravion here on Earth. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And when defense counsel asked you, defense counsel actually do you recall defense counsel ever asking you if you shot and killed Dravion Matthews on June 2nd, 2022? Did they ever ask you that?
No, sir.
And for the friend that you knew your whole life, that you testified about, you were hurt from the day it happened to almost 3 years to today, did you kill Dravion Matthews, your close friend?
No, sir.
I'm gonna take that exhibit off the screen, Ms. Hall, thank you. And Mr. Dixon, on cross-examination, defense counsel asked you, do you recall her asking you that the first time saying anything about Mr. Teasley was on July 7th, 2022 to Detective Bear? You remember that question she asked you?
Yes, sir.
But that's not true, is it? The first time you told somebody about what happened was when you told your mother about, or do you remember telling your mother that the defendant shot and killed Dravion Matthews?
Yes, sir.
You did tell your mother that?
Yes, sir.
And growing up, was it always you, your brother, and your mother?
Yes, sir.
And do you respect your mother?
Yes, sir.
And when you told, why did you tell her that the defendant shot and killed Dravion Matthews on June 2nd, 2022?
Because she was really wondering like what was going on. So
She wanted to know what was going on?
yes, sir. She thought it was me.
Understood. And did you have conversations, or let me ask you this, do you know if your brother Antonio ever told her what he saw?
I don't know.
That's fair. And when defense counsel was talking about you never walking into the police station to say what happened, do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
At the time that Dravion's murder happened till the time you were arrested in July, did you have a warrant for your arrest?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Was it likely that you were just going to walk into the Atlanta Police Department, even if you wanted to just tell them about what happened off the street?
Yes, sir.
You're saying that's something that you would do?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you?
Because I didn't have a lawyer then.
I got you. And if you had gone, did you have awareness about your case going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As in like, okay, that's fair. And I want to ask you, one more question is, excuse me, Mr. Dixon, and I won't even bring it up. We have shown it a couple times. You know that board I brought up about where you were in the parking lot where Dravion was killed?
Yes, sir.
And around the time that he was killed, video we watched, you remember kind of following where you went.
Yes, sir.
And after that, you, your brother, and these other people went into the gate, right?
Yes, sir.
And when Dravion was killed, how far away were you roughly from him? If you need me to be a reference point, because it's hard to say feet, I will be that reference point. As in, I'm gonna keep walking, you tell me when to stop, ballpark, how far away you were from Dravion when he was shot and killed.
There.
Okay. Is this fair to say this is more than 1 to 3 feet?
I don't know.
That's fair. You like football?
Yes, sir.
Is this more than 1 to 3 yards in a football game? If the running back's got to get 3 yards to score a touchdown, has he got to go further than me to you? You know, first and goal?
Yes.
You know, watching on TV, seeing people score a touchdown when it's first and goal and they're right at the 10-yard line, right? Is me to you, does that seem like close to 10 yards to the goal line or more, or how would you describe it?
Closer.
Okay. And let the record reflect to the best I can, let the record reflect that in courtroom 5A, Fulton County Courthouse, I'm by this first corner when you enter very close to the prosecution table, right next to the front row podium. One brief moment, Mr. Dixon, and I appreciate your time. One brief moment, Dixon. Now, Mr. Dixon, I'm gonna ask you one last question, okay?
Your Honor, I'm just gonna, for the record, make the objection. This is not proper redirect. He's only supposed to redirect on areas that I covered. He's going way back into what his initial.
Well, first I need to hear the question, but understood.
Mr.
Atkins.
Mr. Dixon, sir, do you remember on cross-examination that the defense counsel was asking you questions about you never heard or you didn't hear the defendant call his brother? You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And she was talking about June 2nd, 2022, right around, what's the time hack, Ms. Hall?
2142.
21:42, which is 9:42 PM.
Objection. I mean, I never said a time I was talking about, period. I think that's a stretch.
Well,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dixon, I'm gonna ask you a question. You see how this screen is paused and you remember how you had circled where you were?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind or be so kind, and I can come help you if that's not working, to circle where you were, where you are on the screen, or you can point, if that's easier.
All right, we did this exercise.
Your Honor,
What's coming next?
yes, Your Honor. Well, I'll ask you this. Do you see yourself on the screen, and where was Dravion Matthews shot and killed in this frame? The general area?
Yes, sir.
I mean, yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, to this screen, I'll allow it. Okay. If you can answer that
Mr.
question.
Dixon, I'm gonna do something for you real quick, and I'm gonna make it easy.
He can just stand up and point if he'd like to, if he can.
It's a little difficult, Your Honor, if I may.
All right.
I want to help him. Mr. Dixon, I'll make this easy. This is green. Can you circle, you recognize this area, right? Can you circle where the general area where Dravion Matthews was shot and killed? And I'm gonna ask you one last question, sir, can you circle where you are on this frame, sir?
I can't hear.
And you know that when I walked back in the courtroom and asked you how far I was? With what you circled and what you know about that apartment complex you've lived at your whole life, is your estimate, how would you describe it? Pretty good?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any more questions, Mr. Dixon. I appreciate it.
All right. Redirect
I
or
do-
recross on that and any other
Only
points.
because-
Okay.
Can we put that back up? Was there a circle on there? I don't know.
No, it's off now because it.
Well, I want the one where, the last one where he testified, I thought he circled, I'm sorry.
He circled, but that's something we do with our technology. It goes away once the image goes away. So you can have him recircle it if you want, or we can just
Okay.
address the
So
points.
can you see on that? Okay, well, let's get back to the one where the one that was closest to that.
There you go.
Okay, can you try again, if you can circle where you say Mr. Matthews?
Not. You ain't
Were you
doing
able
that.
to do it?
Uh-uh.
Can you turn in your chair and point?
Uh-huh.
Or stand up even if you can. All right. All right. Counsel.
Okay. So you agree that you can clearly see that area that you just pointed to is captured on camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, they may.
All right, Deputy Scott, if we could go ahead and have him taken back. We'll hold in place just for a moment. Hold on a second. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. If you want to exit out of the courtroom that way and come back around and buzz in for your things, feel free. Or if you can walk back through here through the normal course, we're going to have a cleaning crew coming here to scrub everything down over the lunch break. And for that reason, we're going to have a little bit longer of a lunch break. Let's come back here at 1:30. We'll try to get started right then. Unless there are any other concerns, please don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, and don't do any research about the case. We'll be in recess until 1:30. All right, we'll be in recess at 1:30. I presume this is with Detective Barry.
Yes, Your Honor.
I know you
All right. Okay, we're in recess.
Another, the Dixon's mom.
We're off the record.
I know you're not like that. I know you're not like that. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna take you with me. I want to take all this. Organized.
You said you were here with you?
Yes.
But I'll take my heart out, but we have very good. After that. Let's go back. I'll just take this with me and I'll get stuff from you.
Commissioner, you brought your lunch?
Miss Borges, she's on you with that.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, he wants, that's right.
Yeah, why? Oh, I already have that.
That's fair.
Oh, she said that's fair.
Oh.
Attorney, I can't didn't get it.
So that's your favorite word.
She said that's fair. She didn't get it.
Kamisha. Kamisha. Did you clock out? Okay. It's like a delayed response. She got passionate yesterday. Passionate. What are you? About what? About this when this that's a funny and also the legal issues that is coming up. So who helped?
motion about the firearm in the house. Are you gonna be bringing it up now? Or I
I
won't?
gave you, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Okay.
just have to kind of get my feel, but it's a possibility, so.
Okay,
I don't think so, because I think those are two different references to two different things,
I got you.
so.
That's fair.
Any reason on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor, we have our next witness here. We're ready.
All right, then why don't you go ahead and bring in that witness and then we'll,
She's present, Your Honor.
okay, we'll just have her come on down. Anything on behalf of the defense?
No, Judge.
Okay, then Deputy Scott, if you want to check on our jury, see if they're ready.
Well, no. No. This is that. Okay. I'm asking her 6 questions. She's very nervous.
Okay.
I'm not happy.
Maybe not.
Where'd you put the photos?
I tried to put her in, so I was like, I don't think defense can have it.
You recognize me?
She actually.
No.
Yeah, right.
All right, so Jerry.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Tiffany McCullum.
Right. Do you swear forward to the testimony of the matter of this case? Help you?
Yes.
By speaking clear into the mic, state your name and spell your name for the record.
Tiffany McCullum, Tiffany, McCullum.
Good afternoon, Ms. McCullum.
Good
Thank you for
afternoon.
being here.
You're welcome.
Just start by, it was today the first day that you met me,
Yes,
okay? And did we have a conversation about this case?
yes,
Are you aware that I am the prosecutor that's prosecuting your son, Jabari Dixon?
I was aware of it today.
Okay, and you still agreed to be honest and tell this courtroom and the jury what you learned about this case?
Yes,
Thank you. Can you first start by telling the jury, what do you do for a living?
I work for the post office.
Okay. And do you have any children?
Yes,
How many?
4.
Do you have a son by the name of Antonio Dixon?
Yes,
And how old is Mr. Dixon?
he's 20.
And do you have a son by the name of Jabari Dixon?
Yes,
And how old is Jabari Dixon?
he's 23.
Back in June of 2022, where did you live in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
Where did you live in Atlanta, Georgia?
I lived on Humphreys in Mechanicsville.
Do you remember that address?
Yes, 540.
540 Humphrey Street?
Yes,
And is that in Fulton County?
yes.
When did you and your family move to that apartment complex?
July of 2009.
And can you tell the jury who all lived with you, if anyone?
Me and at the moment my 3 kids.
Do you still currently stay in this apartment complex?
No,
When you stayed there, what apartment number or building did you live in?
I lived in building 540 in apartment 2213.
Okay. And for purposes of illustration, I will show you a map of your apartment. Can you stand up for me, Mr. McCullum?
Yes.
And just point to the jury. Are you familiar with this map?
Yes.
What is the map of?
Where I live in Kingsville.
540 Humphrey Street?
Yes.
Okay. And if we're starting from the bottom, Humphrey Street, what is this, what direction is this of your apartment?
This is the back side of my apartment.
And can you tell the jury where your apartment is located? Do you know someone by the name of Dravion Matthews?
Yes.
Do you know where he stayed?
I live there.
Okay. Thank you. You said you know a person by the name of Dravion Matthews, correct?
Yes.
How do you know that person?
My kids grew up with him.
When you say grew up with him, do you remember about when they all met?
It was around the time that we moved in. They all went to school together, so.
Okay. And I do apologize if you already said it. What year did you move into these apartments?
2009.
Okay. Do you, would Mr. Matthews come over to your apartment sometimes?
Yes.
Would your children go over to his apartment sometimes?
Yes.
Your children by meaning Mr. Antonio Dixon and Mr. Jabari Dixon?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Xavier Tucker?
Yes.
How do you know this person?
He's my kid's friend.
Is he also a childhood friend?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the person by the name of Roddrick Rock Teasley?
Yes.
How do you know this person, or how are you familiar with this person?
He was a friend of theirs also.
Can you describe the friendship? When you say he was also a friend, was he the same? Let me say this. Do you know how old Mr. Teasley was?
I know
Back in
he
2022.
He was older than my kids, about 25, maybe 26.
Okay. And in 2022, if you can remember, how old was your son, Antonio Dixon?
He was 17.
And in 2022, how old was your son, Jabari Dixon?
He was 19.
Okay. The person that you're familiar with as Roddrick Rock Teasley, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify him by where he's sitting and an article of clothing that he may be wearing?
And at his table on the left hand of me with his blue and cream and black button down.
Okay. And when you nodded your head kind of to your left, to my right, where you,
Yes.
that's what you're indicating,
right.
the defendant's table?
Yes.
The defense table, I'm sorry. Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness has identified a defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Ms. McCullum, how you said that you're familiar with this defendant because he's friends with your children.
I mean, I know some of his family before I knew him.
What was that?
Well, I
connection?
knew of him when he was a child, but, I forgot who he was once. He had done grew up, so I didn't know who he was.
And when you say you knew of him when he was a child, how did you know him when he was a child? The defendant.
My brother dated his aunt.
Okay. And is it difficult for you to testify today?
Yes.
Why?
For the safety of my boys.
Do you, drawing your attention to June the 2nd, 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you remember about that day?
I received a call from my sister saying that.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, hold on just a minute, ma'am.
Your Honor, I just rephrased the question.
All right.
Do you remember an incident happening at your apartment complex, a shooting happening at your apartment complex,
Yes.
June 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And after this incident, did you have a conversation with any of your children about what happened?
Yes.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Well, not yet. So overruled.
Did you have a conversation with any of your children about
Yes.
what happened at your at 540 Humphrey Street?
I did.
Okay. Let's talk about Antonio Dixon first.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Who did you have conversations with about what happened on June
Antonio.
2nd, 2022?
Antonio and Jabari.
Talk to both of your children.
Yes.
Was this conversation together as a group?
No.
Okay. You had separate conversations with both of your sons?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember who you talked to first?
I talked to Antonio first.
Did Mr. Dixon come to talk to you, or did you approach him?
I approached him
Okay. Do you remember why you approached him?
because I heard that Dravion was killed.
Okay. When you approached your son, did you have questions for him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I wanted to know what happened.
Okay. And what did Antonio Dixon tell you?
Objection, hearsay.
All right. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. As you're aware, Mr. Dixon has already testified and he,
So this is regarding prior
Impeachment
statements that are
purposes.
inconsistent. All right, overruled.
when you spoke with your son, Antonio Dixon, what did he tell you about what he witnessed on June 2nd, 2022?
That that Rock had killed Dravion.
You took a moment to respond. Why was that?
For the safety of my son.
You didn't want to share that in open court?
No.
Okay. The conversation that you had with your son, Antonio Dixon, do you remember what day that conversation was?
June the 2nd.
It was on June the 2nd?
Yes,
Okay.
it was not long after it happened.
So was that in daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
Do you know when this shooting happened?
Maybe about 9 something.
Okay, so you're aware that it was in the evening?
Yes.
Okay. Did your son, Mr. Dixon, tell you anything else other than the defendant is the person who shot Mr. Matthews?
That it was an argument.
Did he go into details about the argument?
He told me that they was arguing. He looked down at his phone and he looked back up. He just said it happened so quick.
When he looked back up, what did he see?
Dravion lying down on the ground.
Did he tell you he actually saw the defendant shooting?
I don't remember.
Okay. You don't remember if he said specifically that he saw, but he did tell you he shot. He saw.
Objection leading.
He did.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did Mr. Dixon tell you how close he was to his friend, Mr. Matthews, when this incident happened?
They were very close.
And when I say close, I mean in proximity of the incident.
Yes.
You said they were very close.
So I guess Rock and Dravion was right here and Antonio was right here.
Okay.
They was all sitting on this little, it's not a bench, it's a railing. And they all would sit right there and they were sitting this close.
Okay. When did you have a conversation with your other son, Jabari Dixon?
Maybe about 10, 15 minutes after I had the conversation with Antonio.
Okay. So did you separate your sons or did they?
No, they were separated already.
They weren't together when they spoke with you?
No.
Okay. Were they in a home?
Yes, we was in our home.
Okay. When you spoke with your son, Jabari Dixon, what did he tell you he witnessed the night of June 2nd, 2022?
Objection hearsay.
All right, overruled.
You can answer, Ms. McCullum.
That Rock had killed Dravion.
Did your son, Mr. Jabari Dixon, tell you that he was present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
And did he tell you anything else about what happened that day?
The argument that they was having earlier.
He also told you about the argument?
Yes.
Did he go into details about the argument?
No.
And you said earlier that day?
Earlier the day of the incident.
Okay. So Jabari Dixon told you about an argument that happened earlier in the day, before the incident? I just want to get clarity.
Yes.
Okay. And Antonio Dixon told you about the argument that happened right before the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Did your son, Jabari Dixon, tell you why he didn't communicate this information to the police?
Because of the case that he had going on.
Okay. So he was aware that he had an open case
Yes.
at the time of this murder?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there were warrants out on your son for?
I wasn't aware.
Weren't aware?
No.
Okay. How
Not
did you
on
find
that
out?
day. Detective Berry had called me probably the end of June and told me that he had a warrant for
Objection
him.
hearsay.
If you have any response for the record?
No, Your Honor, we.
Okay,
no.
it's overruled.
So you weren't aware, but you became aware of the wounds. Understood. And then you had a later conversation with your son, and he didn't want to have a conversations with law enforcement.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever yourself witnessed any incidents between the defendant, Mr. Teasley, and Mr. Drayvon Matthews?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that incident?
I was at home. It had to have been a Saturday.
Do you remember about the year or the months, years before when this happened?
It had to have been in that same year of
Okay.
2022.
Okay.
I was at home. I was off that day, and I usually let my blinds up when I clean and my windows when I clean up. And I was sitting in my room, and my bed is very kind of close to my window. And I could just hear people arguing. So I stood up, looked out the window, and I could see Dravion and Rock arguing. But they was gambling, so I was guessing that's why they was arguing. So I left out, and I went downstairs to stop them from arguing.
And when you got down there, did you witness anything else?
That Rock had pulled a gun on Dravion.
You saw the defendant pull a gun on the victim?
Before I went downstairs, yes.
Okay. And when you saw that, can you tell the jury what, if anything, either the defendant or Mr. Matthews did at that time?
Dravion walked off.
Okay. Mr. Matthews walked away from that incident. Okay. When you got down there, was there anything for you to break up or try to calm down?
I was just trying to keep Rock calm.
You was trying to keep Rock calm? Okay.
Yes.
Ms. McCullum, do you ever remember your children, either of your children, telling you about any issues that they witnessed between the defendant and the victim?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, and to that, and I'll just have counsel approach for a moment.
Hey, Ms. McCullum.
Judge, could we just get a ruling on the record?
I'll ask counsel to, on that last question. All right, so, well, there was no response to it, so I'll ask counsel to ask their next question.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. McCullum, your son, Jabari Dixon, did he ever tell you that there were any incidents between the defendant and the victim, Mr. Matthews?
I'll renew my
Yes,
objection.
Okay, to that question is phrased, the objection's overruled. You can
can
answer it if you know the question or the answer.
Yes, he told me that Rock was bullying Dravion. Or was always bullying Dravion.
Okay. And when he told you that the defendant was always bullying the victim, did he go into details of how the examples of bullying?
No.
Okay. One moment, Ms. McCullum. No further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCullum, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Veselin Simonoff, and I am defense counsel for Mr. Teasley. Thank you for being here. I have a couple of follow-up questions for you. Now, at some point, when Ms. Hall was questioning you, you mentioned that when Antonio and Jabari separately talked to you about the incident
Yes.
where Mr. Matthews was killed,
Mm-hmm.
you said that they told you they were very close. I think that was your specific phrase.
Antonio was very close.
Okay, but you said they were very close.
Well, I meant Antonio was, well, I was saying Dravion and Rock was very close. That was the day.
Okay. Okay. Did Jabari tell you how close he was?
No.
He did? Okay. Jabari never mentioned about Dre and Jabari having arguments ever?
Yes.
He did?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
They was arguing. This was maybe 2021 when they got into an argument. I went outside that day.
Okay. Would they get into arguments periodically?
Yes.
Okay. Did they get into an argument in 2022?
They probably have. I worked overnight, so
What about Antonio and Dre?
yes.
Okay. And same kind of thing, periodically, off and on.
I mean, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that Jabari told you that there were prior incidents between Rock and Dravion. Is that right?
Just told me that he was bullying him.
He was bullying
It was
him.
never an incident that
Okay,
he told
so-
me about.
He didn't go into any kind of specifics,
No.
whether there was any name calling,
No, not that I can recall.
whether there was anything physical.
No.
Now, this one incident that you mentioned that you saw yourself,
Yes.
now you were in your apartment.
Yes.
From your apartment, you're in your bedroom.
Yes.
You're looking out the window.
Yes.
Okay. And from your window, how far are Dravion and Rock?
Maybe 200 feet. They was under a gazebo that sat right in front of my
Okay.
bedroom.
So they're 200 feet away. Is anybody else over there?
It was a few more people out. They was out gambling, so
Okay.
I just remember Rock and Dravion
Okay.
because of the incident.
Did you know any of the other people out there?
If I had to have knew everybody that was out there. I mean, I've been staying out there since 2009.
Okay. And now you say they were gambling. What exactly does that consist of?
They was shooting dice.
Shooting dice.
Yes.
Were they shooting dice quietly?
I mean, I don't know if you know when people shoot dice that.
Explain it to me.
No, they don't.
Okay. What's it sound like?
It's a lot of back and forth. No, don't do this, don't do that. Like,
A lot of noise.
yeah.
There's a bit of a hubbub.
Yes.
Animated.
Well, I wouldn't call it animated.
Okay. Now you described that you overhear an argument between Dre and Rock.
It was cursing. Yes.
There was cursing. Could you pick out anything specific?
No.
And is this because you were in your bedroom, kind of far away? There was a window between y'all?
No, that wasn't what it was.
Was it just because of the surrounding noise and hubbub of the gambling?
I mean, I heard it. I could hear it clearly. I just don't remember what was said.
Don't
Like,
recall.
I have a lot going on.
Okay. And you say that you go outside and then Rock pulls a gun on Dre.
No, he pulled it before I went downstairs.
Okay, so you're in your bedroom
Yes,
and you see Rock pull a gun on Dre.
they were arguing, and yes, he pulled his weapon out.
Okay, well, did he just pull it out or did he pull it on Dre?
He pulled it on Dre. Him and Dre was face to face arguing.
Okay. Was it by his side?
I can't recall if it was by his side or on him.
You can't recall. Okay. And that's when you decided to intervene.
Yes,
Okay. Now, when you intervened, you mean you went down there, right?
yes.
Okay. Did you get in between them physically?
Well, Dravion was already walking away
Okay.
when I came downstairs.
Did you confront any one of them about it?
I just tried to keep Rock calm.
Okay. What was his reaction?
I mean, he was still cursing. I mean, they was still going back and forth as Dravion was walking off.
Didn't curse at you, did he?
No, he didn't curse at me.
Do you know if Dre had a gun that day?
I don't remember. Not that I know of. If he walked off, he couldn't have had one.
But you're not sure.
I'm not sure. I never saw one.
Do you know if Dre usually carried a gun?
Yes,
He did.
yes.
When did you say this incident occurred?
Which incident?
This incident we've just been talking about with the gambling, with Rock and Dre having a confrontation.
It had to have been early in that year. Like maybe it had to been, it couldn't have been early in that year because it was kind of hot outside. So maybe May.
May of 22.
Yes,
Do you remember talking to Detective Barry about this incident?
yes.
Do you remember telling her that it was last summer in 2022?
I don't remember what I told her. I've spoke with Detective Barry numerous of times.
Okay. You spoke to her at least 4 times, right?
Well, in this case, yes.
On the phone.
I'm not sure if it was on the phone or in person.
Okay. And you would have told her when this incident happened.
Rephrase that. I'm not
Did
understanding.
she ask you about this incident where you intervened?
No, I told it to her.
You told her about it?
Yes.
On your own?
Yes.
And when you told her about it, you would have told her when it happened too, right? Just like you did today.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that you didn't tell her that it happened over a year before Mr. Matthews passing.
When I spoke to Detective Barry, as of today, I can't tell you when I told her. Because I don't know if you know that she's also on my son's case. So I've spoke to Detective Barry more than once. So
Let me ask you this, would playing a recording of that phone call refresh your recollection of it?
it may help. Yes.
Judge, will we need to excuse the jury?
Is there any objection, Mr. Atkins? All right, you can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. If I could have a moment, Your Honor. Actually, one moment, Judge. Judge, I would draw that last question. I have a couple of other ones to follow up with you, ma'am. Now you said that you knew Rock's family. Is that right?
Yes.
In fact, that's how you kind of knew of him is through his family, right?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of how, well, when I moved over there, he wasn't staying there, but my son told me who he was. Of course, I want to remember who he was from a child to now.
Did you know his mom?
Yes.
Okay. Were y'all friends or what was your relationship?
No.
No? You just knew her?
Yes.
Did you ever call her about this incident?
No.
You never talked to her, never told her anything
I
about that?
never told. You mean Rock's mom?
Yeah.
No.
Did you know Dravion's family?
Yes.
Okay. Were y'all close?
No. I mean, we stayed in the same building. Our children played together.
Y'all were neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. Never told Dravion's mom about this incident?
No, not that I recall.
No. Never talked about what Jabari and Antonio said to you about it?
I remember talking to Detective Berry. I don't remember talking to Angel.
Now, when you talked to Detective Barry, did you call her?
No.
In fact, you didn't call the police at all, did you?
When the incident happened?
When the incident happened, you called 911?
You mean when they was gambling?
No, I'm talking about Dravion's death.
I wasn't there.
You weren't there.
No.
But even after Jabari and Antonio came to you and talked to you about it.
The police had already been there.
Okay. But you didn't call
They
them.
had already cleared up the scene and everything.
Right. So it was Detective Barry that reached out to you, right? To talk to you about the incident.
I really don't remember if I called her or if she called me. Like I said, I've spoken with Detective Berry numerous of times.
Right. And is it numerous times just on this case or for other reasons?
For other reasons.
Your Honor, relevance.
Withdrawn. No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect on those points?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. McCullum, defense asked you on cross about when this incident happened, the disagreement between the defendant and the victim, the gambling incident. We'll call it a gambling incident. Do you remember telling Detective Barry that it happened when it was warm outside, but that you
Yes.
couldn't remember exactly when it happened?
Yes.
Okay. Just a few more questions about the arguments that defense counsel asked you about between Mr. Matthews and your sons. You said that you remember an argument from 2021.
With Jabari and Dravion?
Yes.
Yes.
He followed up with, was there an argument in 2022? And your response was, you could have been, but you work overnight, so you're not sure.
Yes.
So as far as you know, there was only one argument that you knew about between Jabari Dixon, your son, and Mr. Matthews, the victim.
Yes.
Okay. And did your sons ever argue?
Yes. They argue all the time.
As siblings?
Yes.
And the friends, Jabari, Antonio Dixon, and Mr. Matthews, they argued as friends.
Yes, and they was right back.
Do you ever recall a time that either your sons or Mr. Matthews ever pulled a gun out on each other after an argument or during an argument?
No, not
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any recross?
No, Judge.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. State may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Fulton County Medical Examiner Office photographer Mary Burgess to the stand.
If you can just have a seat, please. Swear our witness.
Yes.
Put your hand down while speaking clear to the record.
Mary Burgess.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Are you employed with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And how many years have you worked there?
38 or 39.
And in your 39 years experience, ma'am, have you been one of your duties a photographer at the ME's office?
Yes.
And is part of those job duties to take photographs of autopsies that are conducted?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to approach you with what's marked as State's Exhibit 54 through 97. And before getting on the witness stand, ma'am, were you able to review some autopsy photographs that you previously had taken?
While she's reviewing those, does defense counsel anticipate an objection to the tendering of these exhibits?
I would like to see the exhibits myself before I don't anticipate an objection, but I would like to just.
Do you have a copy of Mr. Atkins' for him?
Oh, great. So 54 to 97.
This was through 97?
Correct, Your Honor. Correct. And Ms. Burgess, ma'am, are they a fair and accurate depiction of some autopsy photographs you took in relation to this case?
Yes.
And is a better person to talk about what is in those photographs a forensic pathologist or medical examiner?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate your time, ma'am. I don't have any more questions, or I do say I tender at this time, Your Honor, State's Exhibits 54 through 97.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, ma'am, very much.
Your cross-examination.
No, Your Honor.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Free to go.
Good to go. State may call us next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Berry to the stand.
And if you could have one moment for Ms. Hornsby Culpepper to come back, Judge, you had to step out.
Thank you.
Please state your name, spell your name for the record.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm sorry, Ms.
No, I'm just going to let her introduce herself and then we'll hold in place until co-counsel returns.
Sergeant Savannah Berry, SAVANNAH BERRY.
All right, so you can get organized, Mr. Atkins, but we'll hold off on questioning for a minute or two here until Ms. Hornsby Culpepper returns. Do we have some idea
Your
of
Honor.
where she is? She stepped out for a moment? Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
And the restroom is broken right here. I had to go all the way. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Atkins, you can proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Berry.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you currently work within APD?
I'm currently with the Atlanta Police Academy. I'm in charge of the specialized training unit currently at the Academy for the Atlanta Police Department.
Now-
Excuse me, could you speak in the mic? I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sergeant Berry, when did you start with APD?
It was January of 2013.
And when you first started, were you a patrol officer?
I was, yes.
What part of the city were you doing patrol?
In East Atlanta, which we consider Zone 6,
And how long were you patrolling Zone 6?
for about 5 years before I was appointed to detective.
And when you got appointed to detective, what initially unit were you a detective for?
It was called General Investigations, which is a subunit under the homicide unit.
Would that cover aggravated assaults?
Correct. All of the felony cases that would happen specifically in between the times of midnight and 8 a.m. were the calls that I would respond to. That was my first assignment as a detective.
And let me ask you this. How long were you in that unit?
It was only 4 months before I was actually assigned to homicide.
What year would it have been that you got assigned to homicide?
It was 2018.
And you were a homicide detective up until you
Went
took
to the
over?
academy.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you this. As a homicide detective, when you get assigned a case, how does that happen?
Okay. So we work on a rotation. So in the homicide office, all of our names are on a particular board. And if your name is at the top of the list, the very next homicide that occurs in the city of Atlanta belongs to you. So when that case happens, they'll give us a call and we would just respond to that call immediately. And that's how the rotation works.
And did you respond, or how did you get involved in this case?
So as my name was at the top of the list, this particular case happened. It was on June the 2nd, 2022 at 540 Humphreys. It would have been a supervisor that called to let me know about this particular incident and the location. Now, I recall with this particular case that our victim was not pronounced deceased immediately. So while that is happening, aggravated assault would come because we would consider to have a surviving victim. But after he actually expired was when I got called and responded to scene.
And where did you respond to in terms of location?
Right at 540 Humphreys, which is an apartment complex.
Now, when you got there, was the victim on scene or removed?
No, he was already at Grady Hospital,
Okay.
removed.
And what did you do, or let me ask you this, was a crime scene technician with APD ever called out or responded to that crime scene you went to?
Yes, sir.
And do crime scene technicians routinely get called to a variety of different crime scenes to include homicide?
Yes, sir.
Now, Sergeant Berry, I'm going to approach you with what's marked as State's Exhibits 3 through 37.
Okay. Okay.
And ask you to take a look at those and just look up at me. When you're complete. Your Honor, I want maybe court allow the state for next co-host.
Sure. Which profile?
It's under my name, Your Honor.
All right. So if we could add Mr. Atkins as a co-host.
Okay.
Have you had time to look at those exhibits, Sergeant Barry?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
These are the crime scene photos from this crime scene that happened on that night, June 2nd, 2022 at 540 Humphreys.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence states exhibits 3 through 37.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Your Honor, I'm going to publish states exhibit 3. So Sergeant Barry, you can use either the hard copy or on the screen in front of you, it's going to come up, or the screen behind you, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right. So starting with states exhibit and publishing states exhibit 3, can you orient the jury to where the crime scene was in this case?
Okay.
And if you, no, you can point, and there's also a way you make the screen touchscreen, either way.
Okay, I'm just, this area right here is
Okay.
where where the defendant was shot. But of course, again, he wasn't there upon my arrival.
Understood. Now, I'm going to publish states exhibit 4 and ask you a quick question, Sergeant Barry. Do you see that gray vehicle that's parked kind of facing the camera in states exhibit 3?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that same vehicle in states exhibit 4?
Yes.
Okay. And so is 4 is the crime scene you just pointed to the left or right in this photograph?
This is to the left of 3. Is
Okay.
that what you're asking me?
Correct.
Okay.
And was there some surveillance cameras in that apartment complex?
Yes, there are.
I'm going to scroll through Your Honor states exhibits and publish first, starting with 5 through states exhibit 8. And Sergeant Barry, I'm going to briefly pause on these photographs and just ask you a couple questions, but I'm going to start with states exhibit 5. What is this showing us?
These are surveillance cameras that's within the apartment complex.
Okay. And states exhibit 6. I know it's a little dark. We'll skip through to 7.
Yes, it was additional cameras and additional camera.
And in that apartment complex, is there surveillance video, some of them outside, some of them inside the building?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
some are out, some are in.
Now, I'm going to move to states exhibit 12
Okay.
and publish that at this time. Now, Sergeant Barry, do you see that photograph?
Yes, yes, I do.
And and you see that white Hyundai vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Where's the crime scene in relation to that vehicle?
Just gonna point,
Okay,
see it right here.
okay. Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 13.
Okay.
Is that also the crime scene?
It is. It is.
And I am going to publish State's Exhibit 14 and ask you, in this photograph, do you see some railings?
You asked, do I see surveillance?
Some like handrails or railings?
Yes, railings. Yes, right here.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 15. Are you familiar? I'm going to ask you about this specific building in relation to the victim in the case.
Okay. Yes, I don't know the building number, but this is the building where the decedent lives. Specifically, this is the apartment.
Okay. And I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 24. Now, on this crime scene, Sergeant Barry, was there anything collected?
Yes, there were. This will be a picture of one 9mm shell casing, which will be one of 7 that was collected from the scene.
Now, was there anything also found in relation to something that's not a shell casing, but is something else you recognize on shooting scenes?
So on the shooting scene, yes. Well, on this crime scene, there was the decedent's flip-flop, just only one. And in addition to the 7 shell casings was 1 projectile that was on scene.
And for shell casings, can you just briefly explain what those are?
Sure. So when, if not a revolver, you shoot a gun, then there's a shell casing that pops out of the weapon. And there's then there's the actual bullet, what you would call a projectile, which looks like a regular bullet. Those are the difference between a shell casing and a projectile.
Okay. Now, with shell casings and projectiles, are they collected?
Yes, yes, they're all collected as evidence.
Sergeant Barry, I'm approaching you with what's marked as 38 and 38 alpha, okay?
Okay.
And
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you, when crime scene shell casings are collected, do they have case number and date of when they're collected?
Yes, yes, they do.
In terms of is there a procedure when they're packaged and marked in evidence containers?
There is, yes, sir.
And from the markings on the APD markings on 38 and 38 alpha, are you able to recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
This package right here that has our case number with -1, this will be the 7 shell cases, and this by itself is the projectile.
And are they the ones that were collected in this case?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender into evidence 38 and 38 alpha.
I mean, I object because she wasn't the one who collected them. That's my only objection.
All right, Mr. Atkins, any response?
Yes, Your Honor, as a homicide detective, she is familiar with both the case number in this case, the basically standard operating procedure in APD when they package and collect items, was present on the scene when these items were collected, and is a appropriate witness to authenticate the shell casings in the homicide she was the lead detective for.
Just counsel approach.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Barry, since you've been a homicide detective, how many homicides have you worked?
I've been a lead of over 30 cases.
And with homicide cases that you work, in this case, do you give direction to crime scene technicians?
We do, yes.
And in this specific case, what was your involvement with the shell cases or projectiles in this case?
So for every shell casing that we collect on my scene, that I collect on my scene, I actually give instructions to the crime scene tech. Specifically, what I want done are fingerprints to be collected off of the shells. For example, when you're loading a weapon, you're using your finger to typically push in that bullet inside the magazine, and that is the projectile that comes out. So we like to do touch DNA and fingerprinting for those. So those are the specific instructions I would give this crime scene tech.
And
for this case,
with your personal involvement with this crime scene, and are you familiar with the case number and the crime scene technician under your direction for this exact homicide case?
Yes, I am.
Does the court want me to ask more questions, Your Honor?
Has defense counsel renewed their objection?
I do renew my objection.
I think that would be sustained at this point. I have yet to hear any evidence that she either directed the collection or has some personal knowledge that these objects are what they purport to be.
Sergeant Barry, if you need, you want me to get you some gloves and a pair of scissors and open up those bags? I want you to, if you can, see if you can determine or recognize these shell cases and projectiles from the homicide crime scene that you responded to and collected for this murder, okay?
Okay. Okay.
And Sergeant Barry, before going down that road, let me just ask you, did the crime scene tech collect these shell casings and projectiles that are sitting at that table before you while you were present at your direction?
While I was there, that's correct. At my direction, that is correct. Now, did I package these? Did I pick them up or put it in here? Crime scene tech did that.
Understood. And is that crime scene technician's job to physically grab the shell case and projectiles off the ground?
That's correct.
And are these a fair and accurate depiction with your both personal knowledge and the crime scene technician's collection under your watch of the shell casings and projectiles from the June 2nd, 2022 murder that we're here for?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender into evidence.
All right, I'll admit them over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Barry, the shell casings, how many total were there?
7 total shell casings.
Okay. Now, I want to scroll through, but ask you a couple questions. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 25. And is that a documentation? What is that of?
This is a 9mm shell casing.
Okay. And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 26. And let me ask you a quick question. In homicide crime scenes or other crime scenes, are placards used like this yellow number 2?
Yes, sir.
And do they help, or why are they used?
It helps us easily identify the crime scene when we're looking at the photos. So each placard doesn't necessarily go to a shell casing, it goes to every piece of evidence that we have on scene.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant Barry, were all of the shell casings, what caliber were they?
All were 9mm.
Okay. And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 27. Is placard number 3 another 9mm shell case?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 4 and ask you what that item is. Or sorry, placard number 4.
This is what we would call just a fragment. It's like a broken piece of a projectile that's left on scene. We call this a fragment, but that was recovered on scene.
Understood. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 29. Is that also that same fragment?
The same one, just without, can I show?
Yeah.
Just without the placard with it. It's the same one.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 30. And this has placards number 5 and 6. Is 5 that sandal?
Yes, 6 is the projectile just under it.
Understood.
I'm sorry, not a projectile. It's a shell casing just under it.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 31.
It's another shell casing.
Understood. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 32. And it's placard number 7, another one of the shell casings from the scene.
That's correct.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 33.
It's the same as this one, just without the placard. But that is another shell casing.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 35.
It's another 9mm shell casing.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 36.
9mm shell casing.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 37.
Okay, now here's the purpose of the placard, so we can easily see from here, but this is just an overall view of the evidence that was left right there on scene, excluding our decedent.
And were any firearms located on this crime scene?
No, sir.
Were any firearms located from the victim in the case?
No, sir.
Now, after you respond, thank you, Mr. Wright. What did you do next? Can you explain what steps you do? You respond to the scene, you get a crime scene tech to collect the evidence. What do you do next?
So I'm kind of familiar with Mechanicsville. One of the key things that I want to do is to speak with witnesses, the people who are around. There were still a lot of people who were outside even upon my arrival. So I started to talk to witnesses or people who's willing to speak with me. And that continues even into the next day.
Now, when you respond to homicide scenes like this, is there, other officers or investigators who assist you?
Yes, yes.
And without saying what anyone said, after you spoke or gathered that initial information, what was kind of the first or next investigative step you did in this case?
I was able to gather some information that led me to that identification of Roddrick Teasley. I was able to.
I'm going to object. That was hearsay. I mean.
Overruled.
So with that identification of Mr. Teasley, I was able to speak with him, and his nickname was Rock, which is actually the name, the only name that I was able to, the information I was able to initially have. That, as well as an Instagram account that belongs to Mr. Teasley. It was the Instagram account where I was able to get his actual identification. And then from there, I still needed to really talk with witnesses. I had his identification. However, it was still some time before I first spoke with Mr. Teasley. It was very important for me to make sure I was getting some solid stories from other eyewitnesses who were there, and then eyewitnesses who I was told was there, but was not there.
So, Sergeant Bear, without saying what anyone told you.
Okay.
I want to just take a step back in terms of when you're in investigation.
Yes.
When you, anyone that comes up in a case, do you ever run their driver's license?
Everybody, yes, sir.
And when you run their driver's license, is there a common law enforcement database or system to pull up when you have someone's name and date of birth?
Yes, yes.
And when you pull that up, I wanted to ask you, did you ever run the driver's license or pull up the ID of multiple people in this case?
Yes.
And when was the date that you ran the driver's license information for the defendant?
Are you able to get the actual printout? It's a printout that you have, and there's like a timestamp of the day. You want to know the day that I ran?
Correct.
Yeah.
I will. Give me 1 second. And while I am pulling that up, let me ask you, does that have a date that it was ran that allows you to know when you ran it?
There's always a timestamp on that documentation, the database that we use to run identifications.
Okay. Oh, at the top. Okay, right.
Your Honor, I'll mark this for identification purposes in a moment for the record and put it in. But Sergeant Barry, I'm approaching you. I want to ask you.
Yeah, thank you.
And don't testify from reading it, but if that item refreshes your memory of the date that you ran the identification for the defendant, then let me know.
Okay, yes, it's at the very top, June 4th, 2022. I mean, at exactly 4:04 p.m.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant Barry.
You're welcome.
Now, did you ever speak with, without saying what anyone said, did you speak with anyone in Dravion Matthews' family?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever speak with his mom, Miss Angel?
Yes.
And did you ever speak with, without saying what he said, Xavion Tucker?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And when you reached out or tried to speak with Mr. Tucker, did you go to him directly or someone else related to him?
I saw Mr. Tucker on scene speaking with an investigator, but I didn't speak with him that time.
Understood.
I spoke with him, I believe the first time the next day was the first time I spoke with Mr. Tucker.
Okay. Which would be what, June 3rd?
The 3rd.
Okay. Now, did you ever speak, without saying what she said, did you ever speak with his mother, Xavion Tucker's mother?
Yes. Yes.
And do you recall any other subsequent dates that you spoke with either Mr. Tucker, Xavion, or his mother?
I spoke with both of them more than once.
Okay.
Indeed. And I mean both on the phone as well as face to face.
Okay. And did you ever speak with any of either Antonio or Jabari Dixon? And I'll start with Antonio. I'll go one at a time.
I did. I did speak with Antonio.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you ever speak with his mother?
I did. I spoke with her.
And were you ever able in June to speak with Jabari Dixon?
In June? No.
Okay.
It's not in June.
Okay. Now, are you also the lead detective in Jabari Dixon's case?
Yes, sir.
And at the time of this murder, had you not had arrest warrants out for Mr. Dixon?
I did.
Okay. And when you spoke with his mother, Ms. McCullum, was it ever something that you discussed with her?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I want to ask you, in your investigation, did a Barrington Garland ever come up?
Yes. Yes.
And without saying what anyone told you, when that came up, what did you do? Did you ever speak with him? Did you ever talk with him?
I spoke with Mr. Garland, yes.
Okay. And when you spoke with him, did you have any procedures set up?
Yes. So I was able to conduct a photo lineup with Mr. Garland. Now, when I say conduct, I compiled 6 photos, but I didn't actually do the lineup with him. I let an unbiased detective take care of the actual lineup with that witness.
And is that detective who does the lineup, you helped create it, but they just execute it?
I created it.
Gotcha.
He executed it, yes.
And I want to show you what's already been admitted as State Exhibit 51. If I can find it real quick. And approach you with starting evidence.
Okay.
Ask you if that photographic lineup that you helped conduct in this case.
Yes, sir. This is it.
Okay. Now, do you recall or what date was that lineup conducted?
It's June 23rd, 2022.
Okay. And did you have, maybe not necessarily all, but let me ask you this. Did you have some conversations with the witnesses we had discussed from June 2nd till June 23rd? As in Xavion Tucker or his mother, the Dixon brothers or their mother, or Dravion's family members?
Yes, we had conversations.
Now, after or during this investigation, did you ever work with or come familiar with any type of surveillance system in that apartment complex?
Yes, yes, I did.
And did you ever work with or help get or receive surveillance video from that complex?
Yes.
In general, who did you work with or contact?
So the company that runs the surveillance is called Watchtower. I was in direct contact with that company as opposed to the apartment complex. That makes sense.
Understood. And did you review the surveillance video that you obtained in this case?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to publish, and give me one brief second. And sorry, Barry, while I'm pulling that up, let me ask you, other than being familiar with Jabari Dixon, before this case, did you know Xavion Tucker?
Before,
Getting assigned this homicide on June 2nd, 2022?
no,
Did you know the defendant?
no,
Did you know Mr. Garland?
no.
Excuse me.
Now, Sergeant Barry, Mr. Wright's going to help me. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 44.
Okay. Okay.
And this is at 21-18-03. And Sergeant Barry, we'll pause it real quick. The gentleman in the blue shirt, the gentleman in the orange hoodie, in your investigation of the case, do you know who they are?
Yes. In the orange, I'm sorry, in the orange hoodie, that's Xavion. In the blue shirt, that's Antonio.
And Sergeant Barry, when you were on scene, was Xavion wearing different or similar clothing?
He on the night of the shooting, the same hoodie.
Okay. I'm going to, I paused it at 21-18-35, and I'm going to keep publishing. And do you see what general direction the individuals identified as Antonio Dixon and Xavion Tucker walked after leaving that building?
Yes, they're going to the left.
Okay. And is that towards or away from the direction of the crime scene?
It's towards the crime scene.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 43 Alpha 2. And before I hit play, do you recognize this building or this camera in your investigation?
Yes, yes, I do.
And where is this in relation to Dravion Matthews' apartment? In terms of like, is this the same or different building?
It's the same building. It's the
Okay.
same building.
I'm going to publish, which for the record is 21 or 9/18/52. And the individual who's departing there, who is that person?
That's the decedent. That's Dravion.
I am going to publish State's Exhibit 45 from 9:27 p.m., which is 21:27:23 for the record, to 21:28. So from 9:27 to 9:28. And I'm going to ask or see if I can blow this up, Sergeant Barry. And I'm going to ask this question real quick. While that's coming up, you see that white detour truck?
Yes.
Now, where is the crime scene in relation to this?
It's on the other side of this SUV right here, this white SUV. So it's over here.
Okay. And is that the same white SUV we're looking at in the crime scene photos?
That is it. Yes.
Okay. Hold on one second. Now, Sergeant Barry, when this comes back up, I'm going to ask you a question about I'm going to orient you to where that white Hyundai is, and I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
And this is at 9:27:26 for the record. You let me know if you see any movement or anything in this video.
Okay. There was someone who walked by, but I'm familiar.
And if you can, Sergeant Barry, I may show you the either touch screen or can stand up and use the big
Okay,
screen.
you
What's
see,
better for
you can hit pause.
Okay. And I may, your screen before you, I think is faster than me.
I'll look up here.
Okay. But I can get the touch screen going too.
It's okay. I can come up here. This figure right here.
And I'm going to keep playing. Do you see an individual walking across the screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to run that back just for a quick second and pause it when they're in the middle. You could pause it there, Mr. Wright. What's the time, Sergeant Barry?
At 21:33, which is 9:33 p.m.
And just in general, what is the color of the shoes?
White shoes, gray shorts, and I know that this is a blue tank top.
What color tank top?
Like a dark blue navy tank top.
Okay. I am going to resume publishing. Now, that direction of travel that individual is going, is that away or towards Dravion Matthews' building, or where is that? And I'll use this map to help orient at least. If this is, do you see the front gate that we have?
Incident location. He was walking this way. This is where Dravion lives.
Okay. And so he is walking to
Came out this gate here.
Hold on, because I want to see what she's saying. Thank you.
This is Dravion's building. This is where the incident, the scene is right here. He was walking, this figure right here, walking out this way.
Thank you, Sergeant Barry.
No problem.
Now, oops. I'm gonna publish Sergeant Barry State Exhibit 45 from hold on one second. Hey, Your Honor, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 45 from 21:31:58 or 9:31 to 21:32 or 9:32 p.m. And if you see any person or personnel of note, you just tell me to pause and we'll pause it.
There's still movement over here, which is important because this is where the crime scene is. That figure still moving out at that time.
So that's the one we just saw.
Right.
Now I'm going to keep playing this and ask you if you see anyone else of note and just tell us to pause, okay?
This orange hoodie, that would be Xavier.
Okay. And what's the time?
Time is 21:36, 9:36 p.m. It's still playing, yeah? I'm sorry, is it paused?
Yes. Okay. Yep. Mr. Wright had paused it. We're going to resume it. And let me ask you real quick, is that the same white Hyundai car we're talking about?
Same car, yeah.
Okay.
Davion has some distinctive things on his clothes, and I know he's gonna.
Objection to her just talking when she hadn't been asked a question, she's identified it.
Your Honor, I can ask Sergeant Barry a question. Sergeant Barry, does Mr. Xavion Tucker have any distinctive clothing on that night? Can you explain?
He has on the same orange hoodie that we saw from the previous exhibit, but even more specific, it was like a black stripe on it that you was able to see on the last one.
Understood.
And you'll be able to see it if we keep playing it. And same with the shoes. I was just trying to describe how distinctive his outfit was on this particular night.
Understood. Now, Sergeant Barry, I'm gonna ask you to keep watching. I'm gonna ask you a question here in a second, okay? And anytime you need me to pause, you just tell me. I'm asking you if you recognize anyone on this or any clothing, not necessarily a person. Now, Sergeant Barry, what we're going to do, because this tends to happen, is Mr. Wright's going to help me plug this directly into the TV. And so we'll be able to publish it seamlessly.
Okay.
So, thank you, Mr. Wright. And Sergeant Barry, while we're getting that pulled up, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to use a hard copy of what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1. Are you familiar with CAD reports?
CAT reports, yes, sir.
Now, this is already in evidence, but I'm going to ask you a question off of that. What is the date of that CAD report?
The incident date is June 2nd, 2022.
And what's the address that it's pertaining to?
540 Humphrey Street, Southwest.
And what time did that 911 call at 540 Humphrey Street on June 2nd, 2022 get received by dispatch?
It was 2146, which is 9:46 p.m.
Okay. So 9:46.
9:46 p.m. was the 911 call.
Okay. Mr. Wright, does that one start at 21:36:50? Okay, can you play that from its beginning, please, sir, if you don't mind?
Excuse me, it's not coming on our monitors? Is that what, it's gonna be up
It's
there?
to the TV.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And Mr. Wright, is there a way to just turn the sound off? Thank you.
Can't see.
Now, Sergeant Barry, Yep.
Uh-huh.
Can you, or is that video playing?
Okay. It's moving. But here we are right here.
Okay. Okay. Let me see one quick.
So pause. There's someone else that's here. That's with Xavion.
I'm gonna pause and try one quick thing, son.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm gonna switch this computer for that one, okay? Okay, what I'm gonna do while I fix this, for the jury's time, is I'm gonna move to something else real quick, okay?
Yes, sir.
So Sergeant Barry, One second. While we pull that up, do you ever see the individual who walks across the gate that we just watched come back?
Yes.
And when you reviewed the surveillance video, when you have reviewed surveillance video, are you familiar with different players and different mediums of surveillance video?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with something called 360 view?
Yes, yes, I am.
And can you kind of explain that to the jury?
360, like the circumference of 360, you can actually look at that as a view on a screen. Now, of course, it's hard for it to see like a circumference, but it's just the perspective of what is authentically recorded, but looks like a somewhat of a sphere on the screen, which could just help us see different angles of what is actually present in the actual film.
And in homicides or different cases, do you get surveillance video from hotels, gas stations, apartments, any number of places?
Yes, sir.
And do you get familiar with different surveillance video players as a homicide detective?
Yes, yes, we do.
What I also wanted to ask you is, when you got this surveillance video and spoke with witnesses, did you look at the video like one time or two times or early on, or how did the surveillance video and you speaking with witnesses play together?
The surveillance footage was available for me, not all of it. Some of it was available for me the day I responded on scene, but not as much as it was just as soon as the next day or the day after that, when I was able to get in touch and communicate with Watchtower, that company. They were able to give me all of what was provided that they have. All of the cameras weren't working, but what they did have, they were able to provide for me. And yes, I reviewed it multiple times.
And so were you able to review some of that surveillance video either that same day or the next day, at least with what you had at that point in time?
Yes, I did.
And with some of that surveillance video, did you review it before speaking with either Antonio or Jabari Dixon you talked about earlier?
Yes, yes, I did.
And were you able to review some of that surveillance video before talking with Xavion Tucker, yes or no?
Yes.
And in your investigation, was there, without saying what someone said, was there ever times that you looked at the surveillance video after speaking with any of the witnesses that you talked with?
Yes.
And while that's coming up, and we will reference this in a little bit, I'm going to show you what's marked in State Exhibit 52 and 53. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize those starting there.
Yes, sir.
What is State Exhibit 52?
This is Carlos Teasley, the defendant's brother.
And did you ever have the time to personally interact with that person without saying what they said?
Yes, I did.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the Carlos Teasley that you interacted with?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's State's Exhibit 53?
This is a photo of the defendant.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. Also, what he has on in this photo is the gray shorts, blue tank top, and there's a hat on it as well.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of a photograph that you created in this case or had?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to tender into evidence States Exhibit 52 and 53.
No objection.
Admitted.
And sorry, Barry, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions while we're getting that pulled up, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to grab these notes. Sergeant Barry, we're gonna get this surveillance video up and running, all right?
Yes, sir.
Got it, Mr. Wright? Okay. All right, Mr. Wright, can you help, or not help, but can you start and move this to 2136? To, and this is State's Exhibit 45, to 213650. And are you able to full screen it, Mr. Wright? Okay. Or the expand button real quick?
Once I move it.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Barry, you just said that the 911 call came in at 9:46 PM. And again, and Dravion Matthews, when officers responded, was where in relation to this camera?
On the other side, on this side of this SUV right there.
Okay. And this is how many minutes before the 911 call in this case?
If this is 2136, it'll be 10 minutes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Wright, I'm going to ask you to press play. And if you can help me of the timestamp in the millisecond.
Right now it's 213646.
Okay, 213646. Now, Sergeant Barry, I'm going to ask you if you see any of the clothing from reviewing this case that stands out, just to point it out.
The orange,
Okay. And is that the orange you were describing with which witness?
Savion.
And what time is this? It's on the top left.
This is 2137.
Okay. Which is 9:37 PM?
7 PM. There's another figure here.
Do you see any movement in and around that vehicle on the left side of the screen?
Still movement, yes, sir.
Now, do you see an individual walking across?
Yes, I did.
What color shoes?
White shoes,
What shorts?
gray shorts,
And what light or dark top?
dark.
Now, I'm going to ask you if you see any other shoes towards that white Hyundai at any point.
That same, okay.
Do you want to go back? Okay. Mr. Wright, can you help us? And what time is it right now, right before we go back?
It's 9:39 PM.
Okay. And that is how many minutes before the 911 call?
7.
Okay.
Up to 21:38:44.
Okay. And okay.
Just the same figure I described before. We're just coming past that same area. I just wanted to.
Okay. What time is it now on this video, Sergeant Barry?
9:40 PM, 6 minutes before the 911 call
Was made.
was made, yes.
Do you see a vehicle coming in the front gate of 540 Humphreys? Is that a vehicle that you looked into in your investigation?
It is.
What time is it?
So 9:40
Okay.
PM.
What type of vehicle was that once you looked into it?
A blue Honda Accord. Now it's 9:41 PM.
Okay.
Yes, we see some more traffic. Since they can call.
What time is it now and who is that, or not who is that, but what is that walking across the?
It's 9:42 PM. This is a gentleman, a black male, dark tank top, gray shorts.
Are any of these individuals walking across someone you looked into in this case? And in your investigation, these individuals who are walking across, where are they originating from?
That blue Honda.
What time is it now, Sergeant Barry?
9:43 p.m.
Okay. Now, I want to publish what's already been admitted as 43 Alpha 2. Mr. Wright, if you can help me, I can help pull it up. And for the record, Your Honor, we're going to publish 43 Alpha 2 at 1 minute and 2 seconds. Sergeant Barry, what is that vehicle coming in?
That's the Honda Accord.
And is this another angle in the apartment complex?
A camera angle, yes.
And what is that vehicle pulling in?
So what is it?
Yes. What type of vehicle?
Sedan.
Okay. I guess what I'm asking, is that the same or a different vehicle that we just saw pull in?
That's the same one that's backing in.
Okay. Where is the crime scene in this video?
It's right out here.
Okay. Do you see the white Hyundai car in this clip or where it would be?
Sit right here.
Okay. Is that camera on the bottom what we were just watching?
Yes, this is what we saw. And here's the same figure.
On the left, what do you know? Do you see that reaction?
Over here,
Yes.
they're hearing some gunshots.
And are all of these simultaneous?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wright, can you go back just a short minute? A little bit further. When the quick second, okay. Now, before I hit play, Sergeant Barry, can you see the time where this is frozen at right now or paused?
3 pictures I see here. Each of them are 21:43, which is 9:43 p.m.
Which is how many minutes before the 911 call?
3 minutes before the call.
Okay. And in this frame that's paused, do you see any individual sitting on the bottom left frame?
He said sitting right up here.
Okay. And you remember that video we played at the beginning with who you had described as Xavion and Antonio? Is this a different or that same building camera angle?
Same camera angle, same building.
Okay. And in that camera on the bottom right and the top frame, can you show the jury where the white Hyundai is in both those frames, just to orient? Okay. And on this camera angle, is Dravion in relation to that white Hyundai? Is he closer to the apartment building or in the road?
Closer to the apartment building or the road?
Okay. So in this frame, he would be to the right or left of that white Hyundai?
Still on the left.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to hit play, Mr. Wright. And Sergeant Barry, if you see any movement, let me know the time.
Any movement?
Sudden movement.
Okay. It's skipping, but this is when they're running because they hear some gunshots.
Okay. Now, can you briefly go back, Mr. Wright? I want to ask a question. All right, can you pause it at 23:43:06? Okay. Now, Sergeant Barry, on that top screen, do you see any person, regardless of who they are, in that frame? Do you see the silver BMW and the white truck?
Yeah, I see.
Do you see any figures in the parking lot between that row of cars and the building?
I feel like can I hit?
Yep, we can hit play.
So I can see,
Yeah.
make sure I'm looking at this right. Okay. There's a few.
Okay.
Yes. So simultaneously, yes, there's figures.
Okay. I wanted to, my apologies to the jury for these technological errors. I'm getting IT to come down here, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions if we rewind that back, Sergeant Barry. Can you pause it, Mr. Wright? Okay. Now, Sergeant Barry, those individuals sitting on that porch railing in the bottom left, where the gentleman has a white tank top, where is that in relation to the top frame?
That's over here.
Okay.
So this, am I able to further describe your last question?
Yes.
So these folks that's sitting on top, let's just reference this door that's right in front of them. That door is right here.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to, and you see, Sergeant Barry, that there is the silver BMW and the white truck on the top frame. And do you see how there's a row of cars parked behind it towards that building?
Rows of this row's right here.
That row right there where your hand is.
I see it.
Okay. Now, is there space between where those cars are parked and that building?
Yes, there, you can drive, yes.
Okay. I want you to tell me if you see any person standing or moving in between those two row of cars, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
And what time is this right now?
This is 9:43 p.m.
Okay. Mr. Wright, can you hit play?
And again, same here. They just see the gunshot. So he stuttered this way, but that's the figure I see in between those cars right there.
Okay. And I want you to look at the bottom left screen, Sergeant Barron, if you can move a little to your right, just so the jurors in the back. And I want to ask you if anyone is walking in that building. Okay, and,
Same 78, white shoes, gray shorts, dark tank.
okay. Now, in that camera angle, is there any firearms in that person's hands?
No.
Okay. And who is that person?
Our defendant today.
Okay. And what is this showing?
The Honda exiting at a high rate of speed.
Okay. Now, can you pause it, Mr. Wright? Now, Sergeant Barry, the individuals who come in that gate, was that clip something that you referenced or looked at in your investigation? And where is that gate in relation to the top frame?
It's actually closest to where the crime scene was. This is where the shooting occurred, and there's a gate right there. That's this gate right here.
Are you sure, Sergeant Barry?
Objection, she's trying to lead her to say something different than what she said.
This gate right here
Okay.
is the closest, is the open gate closest to where the shooting incident occurred.
Okay, I'm going to publish, Mr. Wright, can you help me to publish State's Exhibit 50 Hotel? Excuse me, my apologies, Mr. Wright. Or while you pause that, Sergeant Barry, do you see that red square and black box?
Yes, that was in reference to the very last screen that you.
Okay. Okay. Now, Mr. Wright, can you publish State's Exhibit 50 Fox as an F? Can you pause it real quick, Mr. Wright? Thank you. Now, you see those railings, Sergeant Barry? Where is that?
This is where the crime scene occurred.
Okay. Now, Mr. Wright, can you publish State's Exhibit 50 Fox from, what is that, 3 seconds? Thank you. And this sidewalk in that building, you know the clip we just saw where you said the defendant's entering the building?
The route that he took, yes.
Okay. And is this entrance right here where he was walking in?
That's correct.
Okay. Now that entrance that this cameraman just walked in, is that in this larger building close to the crime scene?
Yes, it's close.
And if you go down this hallway and take a left, I'm going to ask you a question here in a couple seconds. Now, Mr. Wright, can you pause it right here? Okay. Now, did you just see a red square and a black box? Okay.
Yes.
So in are you oriented with where that red square and black box is?
Yes.
Okay. And from looking out of this gate, where is the general location of the crime scene?
This corner over there.
Okay. And if you were looking, okay, that's fair. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 43 Alpha 2, Mr. Wright. Just be slightly careful, Mr. Wright. Thank you.
Can we approach for a minute?
Sure. All right, members of the jury, we've had a request just for a comfort break, so let's take 5 and let us know when you're ready to proceed. Here. All right, we'll be in recess until the jurors indicate they're ready, and then we'll bring them on back in.
And Your Honor,
Sergeant Barry, you can step down if you need to, but I'll remind you, you're not to discuss your testimony with any potential witnesses.
Your Honor, I've requested DA office IT help. Is there any assistance from the court of requesting? Because and I know this technology should fall on the state, but the direct plug-in with the video eliminates any Zoom feed or Zoom skipping. I don't, I believe it's something with this HDMI hookup that IT can help me with from just understanding this technology.
I'm not really,
Because it's a direct stream.
you've got it directly connected to the TV and it's still skipping?
It's still skipping.
Then all I can tell you is it's something to do with the laptop or the the whatever program you're using to play the video.
Yes, Your Honor. Is there any judicial IT that are,
I think you can, I would troubleshoot it through Zoom again. Sometimes, again, the network can catch up to it.
yes, Your Honor.
Otherwise, maybe you can take it up on redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. The IT folks in 1C have fixed every issue I've ever had in a trial, so I may go try to reach out to them in this break.
All right, we're off the record.
I wouldn't know.
Seen it. Yeah, that's.
What was the, Christian, I'll tell the line.
Oh, I can talk to him. I mean, it ain't not, we've tried 3 different laptops.
I appreciate it.
I just tried to call Aaron. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Aaron. Say, yeah, how you doing? So we've tried 3 different laptops. And mine is brand new, so I know it's not my laptop, but the video that we're trying to play or?
Got 250. That what I'm asking for. Okay. What case?
From, yeah. So the TV, HDMI for TV to the.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on, we're on a 5-minute break there, so I don't know if Jake will be able to get through there, but just let you know. Okay. All right, thank you. All right. Oh, Miss Horton, come.
That's a Latin amount, right?
Your call. Hey, yeah, Miss Horton.
Got it. He said something. Okay, don't hold me 5 minutes, so. Okay, if he told me 10, so he telling you 5.
No,
Aaron.
no, I told Aaron, the judge, they went on a 5-minute break.
Yeah, but I'm saying when I talk about.
Yeah, no, he ain't tell me 5. He told me, we're gonna be back in 5. He said, okay, thank you. So we'll.
Just a fire. Looking at least.
It was on like for 2.9 seconds.
Only,
I'm looking at it, y'all 17. That's the Christian lady. I do appreciate you. You're a vital part of the team. Okay.
the family of son that's up there facing that way.
Okay.
So maybe you can ask Aaron why they've been working on it.
Hallelujah. He's the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah, Aaron Cleveland, but I don't know if he's gonna make it. I don't know if he's gonna make it in 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. Mr. Right, what?
I don't know if he's gonna make it in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Where you from?
I'm coming. Is AC out there?
Hold on, my photo. Yeah. Okay.
Someone coming to fix it?
I'm hoping.
So here,
I can't,
get 360s.
I can't, yeah, but IT's coming. IT's coming. So. So basically you have this.
Okay, so I'm talking about that for you now.
Yeah.
Okay, you got
You ready? Okay. All right, let's go back on the record. We've got counsel and all the parties are here. And Mr. Atkins, you're just gonna have to, I don't know, you can move on to other subjects, you can take it up on cross. We're gonna bring in the jury now. All right.
Your Honor, my apologies. I was talking with defense counsel.
Okay. We're bringing in the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. What? Yeah.
All right, statement resume. It's cross-examination.
Thanks, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Barry, at some point in time, did you talk with the defendant, Roddrick Rock Teasley?
Yes, I did.
What part of your investigation did you talk to him?
What part of my
Like
investigation?
what rough date?
I spoke with him for the first time face to face on the 23rd, but we spoke on the 22nd.
Okay. So now the 23rd is how many days after June 2nd?
21.
Okay. Now, from June 2nd to June 23rd, did anything happen in your life personally?
Yeah, I got married.
And what time off were you in that time frame?
At least 10 days between maybe the 10th and the 20th, or the 10th and I know I left on the 10th.
Okay. And when you talked with him on the 23rd, did you have this surveillance video?
Yes.
And had you reviewed it?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first talk with him, do you record when you reach out to witnesses, whether they're any type of person you're speaking with in an investigation, a defendant, a witness, whoever?
I recorded all, yes.
And is that common in APD?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm approaching you with 54 Alpha through Echo. I'm going to ask you if you reviewed a USB that has some audio recordings with the defendant before being in the witness stand right now.
Yes, sir.
And does that include all of the interactions you had with the defendant, Rock Teasley?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, the state at this time is going to publish State's Exhibit 54. Oh, thank you. And when you talked with the defendant on June 23rd, was this before or after times when you've spoken with Xavion Tucker and his mother?
This is after.
Before or after when you've spoken with Antonio Dixon?
After.
Or Antonio Dixon, his brother or his mother, someone in that family?
After.
Before or after you spoke with Dravion's family?
This is after.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Barry with Atlanta Homicide, how you doing?
How you doing?
I can't complain, yo. I'm calling in reference to that shooting that happened out there in Mechanicsville earlier this month. There was some young kid, he was about 17, who was shot and killed. Are you free anytime for me to speak with you about that case?
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know nothing about it, but I can talk though.
Okay, what's your schedule looking like? You gotta work anywhere tomorrow?
Not really. I'm supposed to be back in town tonight though.
Oh, you out of town. Well, I don't want to speak with you tonight if you traveling, you get what I'm saying? But I can definitely get back with you on tomorrow. If there's
That's cool. That's cool.
All right, I'm trying to think what I can bring. I have a lot that I honestly don't even mind showing you, but some things I'm not allowed to bring out the office, if you get what I mean. I'm gonna figure it out, but what time is best for you tomorrow?
Well, I can do morning or evening, whatever 5 or 2, whenever you call me, you can just let me know then.
Okay, in the morning would be best for me. Quick question though, but do you know about the incident I'm talking about?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't know about it. You know, I heard.
Okay. Cause I spoke with Miss Love, your baby's mom's, and honestly, she didn't know anything about it as well. But she told me, she straightened up something that I was told. I was told that you actually live out there. Do you live out there?
No, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, that's what she said. Do you happen to have been there that night?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that makes sense.
What night though?
Don't quote me on the date. Hold on. Let me get the actual date. That way I can be more clear. How'd you hear about the incident?
You know, I got little homeboys out there.
I got you. Honestly, are they kind of young?
Yeah.
Cause they those folks, the young dudes that I would love to talk to, they too frightened to speak, to let me know anything. What the young boys say?
They ain't really too much say shit. They're like, bro, you know, little brother died, like, who a little brother? They ain't never said no name, but I was just like, shit, all right. They were like, you got to deal with some proceeds in the Edgewood, nigga. That's all I heard.
It was the 2nd. It was on a Thursday night.
I wasn't even out there. I left on the 1st, came back on the, the 10th? Left again, it came back, like, a couple days ago.
Oh, so you went out of town on the 1st?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where you at now?
Leaving Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Where were you on the 1st?
In California.
Wow. What you do, if you don't mind me asking?
My little partner, well, he ain't even my partner. He's like a big brother to me.
Mm-hmm.
He got his own little moving company called 24-hour Freight and Moving.
Uh-huh.
So I be doing it on without for him.
Ah, cool. That's cool.
I know it got to keep me up, but I got kids.
Right, yeah. I thought it was just one with Miss Love. I was wrong about that, too.
Yeah, ma'am.
But it's cool. I'm looking at the calendar. That happened on the 2nd. You was in California the whole time, but the young boys told you that their partner got killed. Did they tell you anything, how it happened, anything at all?
No, they ain't tell me how. I mean, I can go ask them or call them or some shit.
No. Don't do that. Because I told you, like, because I don't know who the boys you're talking about. If they the same dudes that I would like to talk to, I really don't know. And I'm not trying to shake nothing up. I tell you, when I see you tomorrow, I just want to show you the pictures and just to see if we even talking about the same kids. But until then, please don't call nobody because these kids are scared and I don't want to, it's been some time. Like I told you, it happened on the 2nd. It's been some time. That boy is now buried, you know, and I feel like they're finally settling down and I don't want to rile them back up any type of way. You know, no disrespect to you or anything, but I just don't, you know, I don't want to do anything extra when it comes down to something like this. So let me just see you, show you this picture basically, and we could just go from there. I'm thinking about 10 o'clock tomorrow. Is that too early?
Nah, that's good.
Now, but where will you be? Because again, I thought you lived out there. How far are you though?
From where? McCannville?
Yeah, from downtown specifically.
Probably like 30 minutes inside. I'll be at my mama's house.
Okay, what's her address?
I don't even know her address.
How am I gonna find you?
She had just moved. She had moved to Union City, so if I'm gonna call her and get it, I can call this number back.
Yeah, just text it to this phone, and I'll text you tomorrow. I'll text you back tomorrow that I'm on the way.
Oh, it's an iPhone. I just dropped the location.
I don't have an iPhone.
Oh, all right.
It's a city phone. We don't got iPhone, man.
I apologize, love, but I'll send it to you. No problem.
All right, appreciate it. Hey, you be safe. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, man. Bye.
I'm gonna pause it at 5:34. Now, was that the first time, Sergeant Barrett, that you talked with the defendant?
That was my introduction, yes.
And when you had said you wanted to show him some pictures, what were you talking about?
Specifically, this Exhibit 53 was the primary one I definitely wanted to show him. But the other one was that exhibit when you had Jabari, Antonio, and there was two other people who came through that same gate that I misidentified where the location was.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if he was able to give me any of their names, which he wasn't able to. But this is something that, like you said, I did create. This was from a still shot from the surveillance cameras. In his hand here was actually what we call a 69, which is a gun. It was a handgun. But I took out the handgun because I wanted to see if he would actually identify for this to be him. I told him in my first face-to-face interview that I got this off of his Instagram, and he candidly did confirm that this was him. And again, this is the gray shorts, dark tank top, hat that we saw on the footage.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 53, and when that comes up, I'm going to ask you, did you remove or what did you do with anything in that photograph?
Okay. I removed the handgun that was in his hand.
And what about the background?
I removed the background. I removed this. Everything else was removed besides this part that's sitting right here.
Okay.
Yes.
And when did you meet him after that phone call that we just how close in time, roughly speaking, did you go meet him after you just had this phone call that we just played?
It was the next morning. I can't say if it was actually 10 o'clock, but it was in Grant Park. I didn't go to Union City. It was within the city.
And when you went to meet him on that time, who did you interact with? Who did you see?
It was him. It was his brother, Carlos. Actually, it was him first. And then he told me that his family was coming. So I was able to speak with him, which is when I showed him this photo. And he let me know that he didn't know any of the young men that was in that photo. And then his mom came, his brother came, and I think his mom's boyfriend came.
Okay. And when you say the pictures in that photograph, are what photograph or pictures are you talking about?
Of the young men that I'm
Correct.
So that gate that I misidentified where it was, there was Jabari, it was Antonio, and then it was two unknown players also that I showed to him. It was that photo.
Okay. Now, when you showed him these,
I'm sorry. Do we have that photo in front of us? I mean, was that one of your exhibits? Christian, I'm missing what she's saying.
so I don't have it marked, but I can pull up the video and pause it.
So she's saying okay, I'm just not
Yeah.
understanding what she's saying.
Okay. Sergeant Barry, can I ask her a couple questions?
Yeah, just to
Okay.
click, because
That's fair.
it's a photo, I guess, that I don't.
Yeah.
I'm still frame.
So when you say photograph, do you mean a still shot?
I do.
And when you say the video with Antonio, Jabari, and other people, what general clothing are you talking about?
So Jabari had that shirt above his head when he was coming through the gate, and
Yep.
behind him was his brother Antonio with the blue shirt. Behind him was another unknown male, and then another unknown male behind him that had the orange like hoodie around his waist.
Okay.
That was the still shot. I'm sorry, not photo that I showed Rock.
From the surveillance video we've been playing.
Correct.
Okay. And in that still shot that you showed him, how much time passes before the defendant appears in that same video clip when the people come in the gate? I mean, roughly.
Seconds.
Okay.
Not even 10 seconds.
And is it the photo that you cropped that you wanted to show him that didn't have a background? Where is that still frame from? In terms of what we're talking about when Antonio and Jabari come in the gate, this person has a shirt on their head.
Right.
And you just said that the defendant walks past. Where is where I'm going to publish it just in a second, say it's at 53. Okay. Where is that photograph in relation to the gate you're just talking about? And let me ask you
your question.
That's perfectly fair. This photo, when it actually had a background.
Right. It's right at the gate. It's and maybe just before or at that gate. He's passing that gate in this still shot right here.
And in the gate that he's passing in that still shot, where is that in relation to the gate that Antonio and Jabari are entering? Like, is that a different surveillance video camera or the same one?
It's the same one. It's the same gate.
Okay.
Yes.
So you showed him still photographs of people coming in a gate close or far in time to when he passes that same gate?
Yes, it's close.
Okay.
It's close.
And did he tell you that he recognized anyone in that?
No one but himself in this.
Okay. And when you showed him the still photographs of Antonio and Jabari, did he tell you if he knew or recognized Antonio or Jabari?
He told me he did not.
Okay. And when you met him, did you leave any photographs with him on that day?
I let him keep a copy of this right here.
Okay. But you did you or did you not let him keep the still shots of when Antonio and Jabari comes in the gate?
I don't recall allowing him keeping that.
Okay. And you let him keep, and as this just played now, States Exhibit 53. Is that what we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And if I go back to States Exhibit 52, which we've already introduced and published it, you had mentioned that Carlos Teasley was out there. Who is States Exhibit 52?
That is Carlos Teasley.
Okay. And is that the defendant's brother?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you met him, showed him these still frame photographs, what else did he say about like that night, the incident? Like the first call we played, he said he told you that he's in California, right? The one we just played.
Correct.
When you met him and showed him these still shots and these photographs, did you talk to him about that night?
The night of the shooting, he claimed that he was not there. He just heard about it from the younger kids that were in the neighborhood, the same ones I referenced to be scared. That's what he's saying, that he just heard something about there, but he knew nothing. He told me that he, as well as Carlos, knew nothing and weren't there.
Okay. Now, after you left meeting him and showing him that photograph, which he identified as himself, what did you do next in relation to speaking with the defendant?
I just called him the next day and I referenced the fact that, you know, that photo that you did say was you, that was actually coming from the surveillance cameras at the time of the shooting. I did, and this was over the phone. I told him this over the phone.
Okay.
This is the next day.
Was that recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 54 Delta. And for the record, it's going to be 54 Bravo.
Yes. I'm in this facility. I don't feel like I got good service. I had to check. You doing okay, man?
Yes, ma'am.
I never got, is Teasley Carlos' last name as well?
Yeah.
And one last question, yo. So that picture that you took from me yesterday, the one of you, that came from the surveillance on the scene seconds after that shooting. So the only thing I need you to clear up for me, and honestly, I feel like you can, is how do I have that? And you were there seconds after the shooting, but you said you was in California.
Right. But then again, I was trying to say the same thing. That's why I asked you. But you told me Instagram. I ain't even post that picture on Instagram.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But look. It's sticking.
But can you explain that for me, though?
I can't explain that, but I was trying to see what the sex is.
But this is the thing, and I can...
Hold on.
Sure.
I know for a fact. I gotta go to my kitchen.
You talking on your phone?
Yeah, I'm on it now. All right. Yeah, so I look. On the second, on my phone, as my picture tell me the date and the time, I was at a graveyard with my kids.
You got to bring your phone back to. I know you looking and talking at the same time. I can't hear you.
All right, you can send me your location then.
Right now?
I mean, shit,
I'm at Promise Center right now. You know, on Metropolitan. But I was about to head back to my office. Can you meet me at the office?
Where that at?
That's 226 Peachtree Street.
All right.
Southwest. If you put southeast, you ain't gonna get there.
All right.
How long till you get there?
Oh no, I gotta find a ride.
Well, where are you? I'm out. I can pick you up.
Yeah, I gotta ride with you back there now.
I'm just saying, I'm already out. Where you at? I can come to you. I can come to you. Where are you?
My mama.
Out there in Union City?
Yeah.
I can come out there.
All right.
Is Carlos there?
Nah, he ain't here.
That's cool. Hey, do you know his birthday?
Hell no.
You know your brother's birthday? Yeah,
it's eight of us. I don't even know nobody's birthday until they come.
Are you sure his last name is Teasley?
Yeah, it's supposed to be something different.
You telling me or you asking me?
I'm asking you.
No, I'm just making sure.
Oh, yeah.
All right, it is Teasley. All right, but look, Rock, you can try to make the arrangements, but you have to understand, you know Dre, right? The dude who was shot and killed.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know him.
You know of him. You know of Dre,
Yes.
and you know that he was shot and killed. I'm telling you that you were there that day. You told me that you were in California. Clear that up for me real fast.
Right, look, that's what I just had to go look back again. I ain't even gonna catch it down.
I just don't believe the answer's in your phone. You have to remember this.
The answer's in my phone?
I don't believe the answer is only in your phone because you told me you're looking in your phone. I'm telling you that you would know, you would remember this.
Nah, cause I already be on drugs. I ain't gonna count. Be smoking weed and everything. But when I go to my pictures, the last picture I got on this thing is with my kids.
It's with your kids, you say?
Yeah.
But where? Is that in California?
No, hell no, my kids don't go out of town.
So when you say you're with your...
We was at a grave site.
Are you trying to send it to my phone or you just want to show it to me from your phone?
I can show it, I'll send it to you. When I send it to you, you got the date and the time.
That's cool. That's cool. I can do that.
I'll do it like that.
But just meet me downtown. I'm heading down there now. I'm gonna text you the address right now.
All
right, bye.
So Sergeant Barry, in the first call that you had with the defendant, where did he say he was on the night of the murder?
California.
And was he there for, in his own words, like a day or longer?
He was there for longer than a day. That's what he said.
Okay. And when you talked with him the next day, that's when you showed him that photograph we talked about?
Correct.
And this call we just heard is this the next time you talk with the defendant after you showed him the photograph that he said was himself?
Yes, it is.
And what did he say in this call to you of where he was that night?
He said that he's confused. He was looking in his phone to get verifications, I guess, of his location or maybe photos. But I just reassured him that I didn't feel like the answer that I was looking for was going to come from his phone because I wanted the narrative from what I know that he would recall. That's what I was looking for, but he wasn't able to provide it to me at that time. So we just ended it, well, let's just meet and let's have another conversation, which we did.
What did you mean when you said, I don't believe the answer to this question will be in his phone?
He was, when we were on the phone, he was saying, let me look at my phone. Let me look at some pictures. I remember when I saw him the first time at the park, at Grant Park, one of the things I did ask for, well, let me see some photos when you were in California. And maybe threw him off. He said, well, I don't take pictures like that. You know, so the next day when he mentioned he was going through his phone, I said, I just don't feel like the answer is in your phone. And then I clarified. I said, I think that you would remember if you're actually on the scene. I showed you a picture of you there seconds after shots were fired. I want to hear from you, not necessarily your phone, to explain that, bring that discrepancy. You told me California, here you are seconds later. Explain that to me. He just wasn't able to.
And when you asked him if his kids went with him to California, why did you ask him that question?
More of a corroborative question, just to see if, just to get some more information about how he's moving with these children, basically. But I can't think of a flag why I actually specifically asked about his children.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. In that call we just played, did he say that he has a photograph with his children on the day of the murder?
I didn't hear that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's all right. I will play State's Exhibit 54, Bravo.
Your Honor, I think I'm gonna object because the recording, we've heard it, and if it's important, the jury will have it back with them to hear it. I just think just because we don't remember it.
Object to the speaking objection, Your Honor.
Well, they may not have it in the back, but that aside, Mr. Atkins, we've published it already. So why don't you ask the next question, assuming that you were going to do anything other than just emphasize what has already been shown to them.
Yes, Your Honor.
If there was a follow-up question from that, you can ask it.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Barry, after this recording, did you ever speak with him again?
Yes.
Whether in person or over the phone?
Both.
And was those recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I am going to publish State's Exhibit 54 Delta from 1 minute and 3 seconds until the end.
I did leave on purpose. I came back there because I told you I went to my baby mama by my site. That was like 6:20. I thought I had a picture. That's on her phone. So you go talk to her.
You talking about Miss Love?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boom. After that, we went to my auntie's house that's still in Riverdale. Boom.
This still on the first?
Nah, this was second.
Okay.
Boom. After I leave at my grandma's house, I go to MLK. She dropped me off. That was with my sister. Her name is Isha. She drive a silver Honda. Boom, I go out there. I sneak off to go out there. I really going to another girl house. Pretty sure she told them both.
Okay.
Anyway, I went there. But by the time I go there, I stopped out there because I was going to see them. So as I'm coming, I see the group. You know, I ain't gonna see them because I don't be out there. My kids out there. So boom, I go through the front gate. They're like, "What's up?" I'm like, "What's going on, y'all?" So as I'm going through, I hear, "Da da." So I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I just keep on walking. Go through her front door where she sleep hard here, so she did hit me. Grab my bag and go back out. My baby mama.
Okay, so
Mr. Wright,
but-
can you
okay,
pause it, or Miss Hall? Now, when he says da da da, where does he say he is when he hears what he describes as gunshots?
He's past the crime scene and he's making it to his baby mom's house. Miss Love is what he's saying.
Okay. Now, what do you recall what apartment she has?
Yeah, she's in 2022.
Okay. And that apartment, well, I'm going to do one. She's apartment, you said 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I stopped it at 2 minutes and 8 seconds, Your Honor. And for the record, Your Honor, I am publishing this beginning at 1 minute and 13 seconds in 50 Foxtrot. You see that those items on the left side of that wall right there, Sergeant Barry?
Yes.
You know where that is?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask you a question here at the end. This is going down the hallway, right?
Yes.
What is that apartment number?
That's Tamika Love's number. That's where he was staying.
Okay. So if you were to walk by, you know, that red square and the black box to get out,
Right.
is that the gate of the still shots and the photo of him that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And if you keep walking down that hallway, you go down the stairs, you end up at that apartment we just saw.
Yes. And that is that's the location where he was obtained and arrested.
And what was that date?
July 7th,
Okay.
2022.
Okay. And let me ask you this, because the recording on the particular one we're playing, which I'm going to resume, but it's just a little hard to hear. In relation to what we just watched, where was the defendant on this day you talked with him saying he was on June 2nd, 2022 when the shooting happened?
He was saying that he was at that apartment when he heard the dot, dot, dot.
Okay. Did he say that he saw the shooting?
Not at that time, no.
Did he say he was close to the shooting, as in like physically right there?
He not to the point where he can see it. He said, but he was in the proximity, but he didn't say he was able to witness it. He wasn't witnessing it.
Okay. Did he say anything about interacting with Dravion Matthews up into thus far in the statements that we have told you?
No conversations with, no interactions with Dre or nothing.
Okay. Now I'm going to resume playing. Sergeant Barry, let me ask you this. Did the defendant, in those first call you made when you met with him, the next day showed him those photographs and this call that we just began playing, any of those times did he tell you he was familiar or like knew of Dravion other than just knew of him?
Just that he knew of him. Not that they were cool, but he was familiar of him, yes.
Okay. And by this point in time, he had seen the still frames of Antonio in the blue shirt and Jabbar in the gray shirt coming in.
He did.
And he never mentioned or said if he was nearby them at any points during those days.
He didn't.
Okay. I am resuming this state's exhibit at 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Sergeant Barry, did you work an extra job this morning?
I did.
What time did your extra job start?
Started at 4, but because of the audio, I just wanted to, maybe if I shut my eyes, I could just kind of hear better. It's not the clearest.
What time did you get up this morning, Sergeant Barry?
3.
Objection.
Yeah, let's get to the point.
Your Honor, I
Already have. Let's move on.
yes, Your Honor.
Lock myself in, grab my bag, and walk back out. I walk out the other door. Told them to meet me around. I ain't know what was going on, so she meet me around. We pull out. That's about it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can't tell you no face because I ain't looking no face. But I would have pointed out, but I know it was like 6, 7 young nigga right there. They was already arguing that shit.
The 6, 7 dudes who were arguing, you recognize them like from around the way?
If I see them, I might can see them. But I know it was dark. But I don't pay attention, so I keep moving.
But all right, so was it dark? So you couldn't tell me if it was them or?
No, I couldn't tell you if it was dark though.
Okay.
Time I pull out, do that. I got the citizen app. They come to the phone. I'm like, what the hell? So I was like, they did it right there. I always call her to answer, but she don't never answer. Yeah, I always call her, but she don't never answer. I was like, fuck, I know she sleep hard to hell though. So after that was it. Shit, but like I told her, like if I could tell you who it was, I'd tell you who it was. I just don't want nothing to happen to my kids. I don't be out there.
Okay. What made you go to Mechanicsville in the first place?
Grab my bag.
From Miss Love's place.
Yeah,
What you call her?
My baby mom.
All right.
Can you pause that, Ms. Hall?
But I grabbed my.
What time did we pause that? For the record. 21. Okay. What did he say he went there to get?
To get a bag from his baby mom's house.
Okay. I'm gonna resume this. Thank you.
bag. I didn't even look at that. I grabbed my bag and leave.
When you grabbed it, was that your first time there all day?
Yeah.
All right. When you
Oh, no,
walked
I
in,
probably was all day. No, I probably got to her like 4:35. That was the afternoon on the, yeah.
To get the bag?
No, before I go to her grandma.
Okay. So what did you do there then?
No, I be walking around.
Okay. Did you see Dre at all that day before the shooting? At all that day? Did you see him at all that day, period?
I probably have on the back street.
On the streets?
Yeah, on the back side of her house. Have you ever been to her house?
You talking about your baby mom's house?
Yeah.
No, I don't know where.
Oh.
Can
Exactly where.
you pause that, Mr. Wright? When you say, did you see Dre that day, who are you talking about?
Dravion.
And what did he say if he saw Dravion that day?
He said he saw him on a back road.
Okay. Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 2 Alpha Bravo. Are these the surrounding roads from the apartment where Dravion Matthews was killed?
Yes.
What are the streets just around it?
You got Humphreys, you got Fulton Street, Crumpley, and those are the three you see.
Is there any Glen Street nearby here?
It's not far.
Okay. But I'm talking about that surrounds the apartment.
No, it's not.
Now, I'm going to resume publishing this. At this point in time, every time you talk to the defendant, has he ever mentioned any argument or interacting with Dravion?
No.
Okay.
Street on Humphrey, like Humphreys and Glen.
Like, you know how you come in the gate, and if you coming through that gate and the shooting that happened right here, if I'm coming in this way, which way do I go to get her?
I would go to the right.
You come this way.
Right.
Towards where Dre got shot.
I'm assuming.
Okay, so you don't know where he was shot?
No.
Oh, you wasn't there at all, even.
I wasn't physically right there.
No, but like
I'm,
when you heard the
I'm
shots,
walking by.
when you heard the shots.
By the time I hear the shot, I'm in the gate.
Which is all this happened inside the gate. You talking about in the gate of which gate? You talking about?
In the gate of the building, 540 Humphrey building.
Okay, so okay.
Can you pause that, Mr. Wright? Now, Sergeant Barry, when he says I was inside the gate, why do you clarify with the front gate? What are you talking about there?
I thought at first he meant the gate where vehicles can come in, like the actual property of the apartment complex.
Like that surveillance video that we were watching, like that gate?
This is the gate that we saw, like the blue Honda come in.
Okay.
That was the gate that I was assuming, but he meant the building.
And what did he say he was in the gate in that building when he heard the gunshots? Was he inside or outside that gate for a building?
He said he was inside the gate of the building. So he was in the building, insinuating he passed where the incident happened at the time. That's what he was sharing.
Okay. Now, with the surveillance video we have been able to play today, you know, we talked about the white shoes and the, you know, grayish shorts and the darker colored tank top.
Correct.
Who is that person that we were referencing in those shots?
Rock.
Okay. And you know how we played where you walk down the sidewalk from those railings where Dravion was killed?
Yes.
And that clip where he enters that building, roughly how many seconds is that from when Dravion Matthews is killed? When he first enters the building? I mean, is it minutes or how long from when when people react to the shots and
seeing Rock?
He walking in that building the first time?
Seconds.
Okay. And he didn't tell you he was there in what we've listened to thus far?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Wright, can you please resume that? Thank you, sir.
As I'm coming through the gate, it's like 4 more niggas coming out the gate though.
Okay.
Like when I go through the front gate, I go around, come like this.
Can you pause that, Mr. Wright? Now, when he says that there's 4 more people coming in the gate, when he's making this comment right now in this interview, has he or has he not already seen these still shots you were talking about earlier? Is this after or before when you showed him still shots?
This is after he saw this photo right here.
Okay. And those still shots you showed him was when Antonio and Jabari are coming into a gate?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you resume that, Mr. Wright? Thank you.
Yeah, by the time I get right there, you see niggas coming in covering up their head.
Okay.
So I just keep on walking shit.
Can you pause that, Mr. Wright? When he says that somebody is covering up their head, in that still shot that you shown him, was anyone covering up their head?
Jabari.
Okay. Until you showed him that still shot, had he ever mentioned that?
No.
Okay. Mr. Wright, can you resume that? Thank you, sir.
Recognize the 4 who you saw? You know who that is?
I know one of them had on like a turquoise hoodie.
Uh-huh. But do you know these? You ever recognize these kids before?
I don't see them, like, if I seen them, they'll have to be on the other side on Canterville.
Okay.
The old side.
Okay.
Like, then I be hearing a lot of commotion going on and shit, but you know, I just keep my ear to the street for my kids' sake. I ain't running my shit out.
I feel.
And that's all I'm just trying to protect my kids.
Why not tell me this before?
Cause I know y'all. I know y'all be going back and explaining shit. But I just don't want nothing to happen to my kids.
This has nothing to do with your kids.
I only say that because I don't be out
The
there.
biggest interference with your kids is you. You got to clear you.
Right.
They need you.
I understand that.
So what I don't understand is why not tell me that?
I'm just trying to do something like
Oh, that's a fresh cut.
I understand. I understand that because they probably assumed that I seen them.
The kids?
Yeah. Once I heard, what's up, Rob? Like, what's going on, y'all? And I kept pushing. So I don't want nobody to he know who it was, which I didn't see nobody's face.
But do you know those kids though? The four
Can
that
you pause,
saw?
Mr. Wright?
I just
When he said it was rock and I kept it pushing, what does he tell you at any time? Did he stop and talk or hang out with anyone in these apartment complexes?
No.
Okay. Can you resume that, Mr. Wright?
No, I know
No
a lot
of
people.
them. Like if you saw a picture of them, you could say, yeah, that was the four.
I can't say yeah because I don't know what they hit on. I know what they.
No.
Like
Like
hoodie wise, they throw their hoodie
when
on.
I say I show you a picture, it's not going to be that picture at that moment. Like if I showed you a picture, like a photo, like a license photo of the four that you saw coming through the gate, would you be able to say, yeah, that was them?
I probably can. You got a picture?
I don't know, Rob. Let me see, man. As a matter of fact, bro, I showed it to you already. You say you ain't on.
I don't see it, but I'm trying.
You want to look at it again?
I ain't even trying to look. I got the picture already. When you say you already showed it.
Yeah.
I got some of that really got it.
I know one of them had on the green hoodie.
Well, I just have somebody to talk to.
Sergeant Barry, and for the record, I'm pausing it. I just need a brief glass of water, but what's the time back on that, Mr. Wright? Excuse me. I wanted to ask you, Sergeant Barry, in a clip we had played a couple minutes ago or seconds ago, the defendant says something about the old side of Mechanicsville. Are you familiar with Mechanicsville?
Not the old side of it.
Okay. Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You can resume.
I don't know. It probably could have been the one you were talking about.
Did you get into any altercations at all with Dre that day?
No.
And when you saw him in the back street, we're talking about a parking lot or an actual street?
It's not a parking lot. It's an actual street.
An actual street. Which street it was?
On Glen.
Okay.
That's
cool.
right on the other side.
I know what Glen is. So
Right.
you saw him. It wasn't even on the property in Mechanicsville.
It's still Mechanicsville because like her door is right there. If you put it up on what it is, Lyft or something, it'll still say.
You know where Dre stay?
Nah, but I know.
Can you pause that, Mr. Wright? Sergeant Barry, when you said were you in any altercations with Dre, are you talking about Dravion?
Okay, next question.
Sergeant Barry, let me ask you this. Did you just ask him, does he know where Dravion lives?
Yes, that's what I asked him.
In your investigation that you conducted as the lead homicide detective into Dravion Matthews' death, was there any surveillance video of the defendant, Roddrick Teasley, in or around Dravion Matthews' apartment?
Yes. That day.
Okay. Can you resume that, Mr. Wright? Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant Barry.
Yeah. Do you have any reason to being over there? Ever been over there at all?
Where his house?
Nah, like his building.
I got some bill.
Nah, I go through there though.
Okay. But you didn't see him there or near there the day he was killed. It was over there on Glen.
I probably did run into Dre though, man. I just won't remember me actually running into him or having a conversation with him.
Okay. All right, that sounds fine. But do you want to look at the photos
You got
again?
an ant on you again.
I ain't even gonna ask you.
It's on your sleeve right
Is
here.
it this?
Right here. Go like this. Then dust off. Damn, I'm trying to
Do you want to look at them again?
I had a police officer, I didn't want to make sure.
I know by the time I've been in the corner, I'm looking, but they already like, yeah.
I know he was way downtown in the station that on there.
That's on 5.
On 5, he had glass, he died. I don't know, I think so.
It's so fucking hot out there, dude.
One time I was selling water, like 3 years ago.
How old is your brother?
Police, they used to chase me.
Carlo like what? Hey, how are you, Carlo?
How old are you, dear? Oh, okay.
Can you pause it real quick, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, I just want to make sure that some of these recordings have other people that's not the defendant, so I want to be cautious. And Mr. Wright, what's that time, Hag? 8:32. Okay. You can resume. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
At 3.
I'm sorry, these are the 3.
But the nigga, you see, the nigga had a lower haircut.
Yeah.
A little short, stocky nigga.
Now, that dude was where? The short dude.
And like when you come through the apartment, right?
Mm-hmm.
You bust it right. You know it's the main gate right there.
Mm-hmm.
There's another main gate right here. And then if you go around, it's another gate right there. But like time I've been in the corner, there's a gate right here already.
But that short guy, you just saying that's where you saw him at
Yeah,
that
that's
gate?
where I saw him, but they was already covering up their head.
When you was walking around there that day, did you have a gun?
I know you
Nah.
Do you have a gun?
No.
I ain't never had nobody.
Can you pause, Mr. Wright? And Sergeant Barry, at this point in time, have you shared with the defendant the full photograph of himself in terms of what all is in that photograph?
No, I haven't.
Okay. One big moment, Your Honor. Mr. Wright.
So like when you showed up that day, was there? I'm sorry, you didn't have a gun.
I only own a gun.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Let the record reflect, we're resuming this at 10:39.
Well, I don't own a gun.
Okay,
But no, I
but
didn't have
just,
a gun
but
that day.
just not at all.
Not at all.
Not in your hand at all.
Period.
Because this is my problem. I saw you with a gun in your
I
hand
didn't
out
have no
there.
gun.
But I saw you with a gun in your hand right after the shooting. And honestly, this is real simple for
gun
you.
in my hand?
Yeah. I cut it out because this is the photo I've been showing folks. But if I keep counting down, there's a gun in your hand, yo. And this is the easiest thing to clear you up.
Gun in my hand. I'm trying to see who gun could I have.
You give me the gun, you good to go. But it has to be right now because I know this is where home is. So if you have that gun, you will have it right here, right now.
This is not where I stay at.
This
I
is
told
this
you what
is,
I'm
you
telling
say you stay with your mama.
Yeah, I be over here, but I don't be
This
over
is what
here.
you told me.
Alright, look,
I don't know nothing more than what you told me.
I don't have a gun now. But if I did have a gun that day, only gun it could have been is my baby mama gun. Just because it's in her name.
Okay. Go ahead,
That's the
call
only
her for me.
gun.
Call her for me. Put her on speaker for me.
My phone don't even work without speaker.
Okay.
You can call her from your phone.
I just feel like it was like no, no, no.
Who? But them folks, I with them goddamn stealing cars and Vans and shit though.
Give it to me.
44.
Yep.
553 4464.
Got it.
Now, Sergeant Barry, on this recording that we just listened to, was that in person or over the phone?
It's in person. It's
Okay.
in Union City.
Okay. Now, did you ever have another time where you spoke with the defendant in person?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to get to that statement and then we will cover some other things before then, but I want to play the next statement. After this statement, did you have any other conversations with him?
After the statement that we're playing now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when was that next statement?
I know the final statement, I can't confirm right now if it's the next, but was when he was actually arrested and in custody.
Okay. And what day was that?
That was July 7th, 2022.
And on that day, was anyone else arrested?
Yes.
Who?
Jabari Dixon.
Okay. And where were those individuals arrested at?
At the same location of the shooting incident, 540 Humphreys.
Okay. And when people are arrested, where are they transported to?
They transported to police headquarters, which is on Peachtree Street, and stand by for questioning.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. When cases that you work as the homicide detective, obviously at some point, and we'll cover this in a bit, you obviously took out warrants before there's an arrest. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
And when someone that you took out warrants is arrested, do you ever get notified?
Yes.
Okay. And that particular day, were you aware of what was going on with two cases that you had worked?
I was present.
Okay. And ultimately, did you ever speak with the defendant at APD headquarters? You just said is on Peachtree.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that like right down the street from the courthouse?
Yes, it is.
And when someone is brought over to APD, what type of room or where are they taken to?
Specifically the third floor, which is where the homicide unit is, and they're in this what we call a suspect box, where we do a video interview or interrogation.
Okay. Now, with a video interview and interrogation, did you have one with the defendant, Roger Teasley?
Yes.
Did you have one that day, July 7th, 2022, with Jabari Dixon?
Same day, yes.
Where were Jabari Dixon and Roger Teasley in relation to each other at APD headquarters?
So they each were in a box, but in the room that we have these separate individual interrogation spaces, Jabari was on one side and Rock was on the other side. It's not like they were right beside each other. They were split on opposite sides of the room.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this without saying what anyone told you. Did Jabari Dixon, did you speak with him as well?
Yes.
And being present, they're both arrested. They're taken to APD headquarters. You just said relatively close by. Was he aware that the defendant was arrested? Jabari Dixon.
Was Jabari aware that Rock?
To what he was aware to. He'd have to communicate it and.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Can you repeat it? I'm
Was
sorry.
Jabari Dixon aware at some point that day that the
Okay.
defendant, Roger Teasley, was arrested?
He was aware.
Okay. And was he aware of, in general, where the defendant was in relation to when he spoke with you?
He was, yes.
Okay. Okay. And I don't want to get into specifically necessarily what was said, but I want to ask you, when you spoke with Jabari Dixon, did y'all have a loud or quiet conversation?
He initiated a quiet conversation.
Okay. And did some of that communication, did it involve nonverbal or physical communication?
Objection.
Just grounds.
That's right, Palmer.
All right, it's withdrawn. You can answer the question if you recall it.
It was some nonverbal communication, yes.
Okay. As in, some of the answers to your questions that you asked, did they involve head movements versus verbal answers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to publish the interview you have with this defendant, Roger Teasley. Your Honor, this is about, I think it's a little under 30 minutes. I think it's 27 minutes, in that ballpark.
All right. All right, members of the jury, I think we've reached our stopping point for today. And so I'll excuse you with the instructions that please do not discuss this case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, or do any research about the case. We'll resume. I don't anticipate any more logistical issues for tomorrow morning, so I'm hoping we can start right at 9 o'clock. And we'll see you then. Thank you so much.
All right, the jury.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. All right, Sergeant Barry, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, before we recess for today, I need a preview of coming attractions from the state tomorrow in terms of the remaining witnesses.
Your Honor, the state does expect to reach Dr. Sullivan tomorrow, and I may look at George.
Okay.
And the Dr. Sullivan, well, I think we had discussed this, but I just want to be,
I just need the list. So we got Dr. Sullivan, Sergeant Barry, who else?
you have Officer McKenzie, actually Sergeant McKenzie, Your Honor, who is the one of the arresting officers on July 7th, the defendant.
All right, let's start there. And so what is it that he would be getting into evidence that has not already been covered by Sergeant Barry? You've covered the location, the timing, what else would be coming in?
Yes, Your Honor. So really with Sergeant Barry's testimony in relation to the arrest and the location, there really is not much additional. She's kind of covered what, he wrote the arrest report for the defendant. So he says the apartment 2022. And he says that the defendant was arrested. There's not statements the state's trying to get into from him. So she may have covered some of the grounds that he has.
Anything else about the circumstances of the arrest or anything else that happened on the date of the arrest that you would anticipate? He's going to say that she hasn't already.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Well, then at that point, I'll strike his testimony as cumulative, so we don't need to
And
call
I
him
don't think I
anymore.
need to call him.
There we have it. So we've got Sergeant Berry, Dr. Sullivan. Who else?
I have Jay Jarvis, who tested the projectiles from Dravion Matthews and the shell casings around his body.
All right. And that is, we've got a GBI lab report essentially talking about, I'd say, the caliber or something along those lines.
Yes, Your Honor.
This being an identity case, is that even contested here? Or would there be a stipulation as to the GBI report that these were tested and they're this caliber of a projectile?
Well, I think this is a private person. I don't know if that matters to the court, but
I think I'm familiar with them. They hire them pretty regularly now.
oh, okay. But I think we wouldn't stipulate because we have a few questions that are relevant to, yeah, we wouldn't.
All right. So we got Mr. Jarvis with ballistics, and who else?
We have Dr. Sullivan, Jay Jarvis, Officer McKenzie.
No,
and-
not Officer McKenzie anymore.
Oh,
Right.
correct, Your Honor. And I also believe that, let me get these notes, one brief moment, Your Honor. I need to double check if we called someone else. I have 3 impeachment witnesses, and so I need to go back through the notes I have from the witnesses I've taken of specific portions with what the way that they responded. You have Detective Flores, who spoke with Xavion Tucker. You have Deputy Mike Sprinkle and ADA Mike Wilson, who at various points talked with Antonio Dixon. And
Dixon was not confronted about any statement he gave to Mike Sprinkle.
well, also there's ADA Wilson, and I asked him, and I'll pull up my questions for him, but what is his name, Your Honor? The witness that was confronted with, he had the grand jury testimony. And so let me check and get that item, Your Honor, real quick, because there was a witness that I made a note of. Yeah, okay, it was Antonio Dixon, Your Honor, my co-counsel, who were taking notes when I was asking the questions, correct? Okay.
You had to specifically ask, did he talk to us? He said he don't want to talk to anybody.
Right.
I don't remember any questions that was asked. He started specifically asking, you confront him.
Okay.
You directly went to the
But I don't know if they'll be needed, Your Honor. I want to be an abundance of caution with the court. I need to go and review my notes over the night. And so I may not call any of them. I just want to double check.
And what is it that Tucker said that Detective Flores would be impeaching him on?
Your Honor, I was checking and Xing the transcripts of all of their interviews, and I need to go back and analyze their statements for the notes from their testimony to adequately know what is impeachable or what is not. Because sometimes they would answer yes, sometimes they would deny it.
Okay, well, I guess we can revisit that in the morning, but the point I would be is if it's being impeached on a non-material fact or issue, then I wouldn't see the relevance and the need to call her. So that's what I'll be trying to pinpoint tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who else?
That's it.
All right. And just so we can prepare and have an efficient charge conference at this point, not holding you to a defense counsel, it was kind of there were just all that kind of the standard pattern charges thrown in there. I want to drill down. Do you anticipate asking for a charge on, I think you had voluntary in there, and I also think you had self-defense in there. Just based on the evidence that's come out in your opening, are those charges that you do plan to request or discuss during the charge conference?
We don't have to discuss self-defense for sure,
Okay.
because can I answer in the morning on voluntary?
That's fine. I would just want to hone in on, so we know to pull if you're talking about combat by agreement voluntary, if you're talking about sudden violent and irresistible passion voluntary, just so we know which one we're going with here and which one there's slight evidence of, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
All right. Anything else we need to take up before we break here on behalf of the state? In terms of the remainder of the time for Sergeant Berry, I know you have the custodial interview. You're being publishing when we resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow, And what other exhibits were you going to be publishing through Sergeant Barry?
So Your Honor, I'm gonna fix over the night, the technical issues. There was the surveillance clips that she reviewed. That there is more that I have not played with her that, need to be shared with the jury. So that is, what I will be covering with her in addition to his, custodial interview and
What time was Dr. Sullivan going to be here? Do you know?
let me check with my investigator, Your Honor. 9 or 9:30, my investigator said.
All right, we may try to, if we have like a mid-morning break, work in the 7:02 voir dire mid-witness, just FYI.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so planning out tomorrow, just to put everyone on notice, depending on how much longer we have on this direct and cross and redirect, et cetera, there being potentially only 2 more witnesses to be called by the state. I think it's possible that the state is resting somewhere around the lunch hour. And so at that point, assuming that the defense does not present any evidence or testimony, then the plan of attack would be a longer break, which would include the jurors going to lunch while we also do the charge conference, et cetera. Bottom line is that I think, or even if we go past lunch in terms of the state presenting its case or defense presenting some testimony, it seems quite possible to me that we might have all of the evidence closed around the 3:30 or 4 o'clock range. And in that instance, I would say that making best use of our time, the parties should be prepared to use that final hour, whoever's going first. I know that ball's pretty much in the state with the state, but
Yes, Your Honor.
that if we've got that extra hour at 4 o'clock, I wouldn't think we'd want to waste that. If it's anything past 4, then we'll just see where we are and how things are going. Any input there? Any other thoughts? Any things to bring up, counsel?
The question, if we get there to the 4 o'clock, and I'm not telling the state, and I don't know how they do it, but if sometimes states open and close, so if they open and take 20 minutes.
Yeah,
then
that's basically what I'm getting at, is if the state decides to do their first opening, which seems the more common practice, where they just talk about the law, and that I've seen it go longer, but it's 30 to 45 minutes. That's the part that I would try to target that we do tomorrow. That being said, if they decide not to, then we'll just see where we are and whether, because again, I'm assuming and allotting, I need 4 hours for closing, right? Each side gets 2 hours. And so if we don't even start closings till 9 a.m. Friday, jury's not getting it until lunch or after the lunch break. And that's only giving them 3 or 4 hours to deliberate before, I don't want them to feel like there's some kind of time pressure with the time frame we gave them. So that's why I'm just trying to map all this out and share this with y'all.
Your Honor, there's no, I always open, close, or close, so the state intends to do that unless if somewhat unusual happens, but just for planning purposes, I don't expect Ms. Culpepper to be having to get into her closing tomorrow.
All right, well, that helps us, and I appreciate that signal. So anything else we can take up today in order to streamline tomorrow?
defense doesn't have anything.
All right, seeing none. We'll recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.